Good morning, everyone. I am Chetna Keth, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the day 2 of Model Conference of Parties 1. I would like to extend a very special welcome to our esteemed guests, our young student delegates, teachers, principals, and our viewers on YouTube. Thank you all for being here. The MCOP 1 is being hosted by WWF India in association with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, NBA, National Biodiversity of India, the UN Development Program, UN Environment Program, IUCN CEC, Center for Environment Education India, and FLEDGE. It is not every day that we see 72 young students from 36 states and 7 union territories, all connected virtually for a common cause of biodiversity conservation. To begin the day today, I again bring you a short video message by Sir David Attenborough. Here you go.
Hello, I'm David Attenborough. Our planet needs your help. Human beings are changing every part of this amazing planet. These changes are so great that scientists are saying that we have entered a new age, the Anthropocene epoch, the age of humans. This means that our actions are shaping the future of our planet for better or worse. At present, we are using up the Earth's resources faster than our planet can replenish them. This is now a threat to us and to the amazing creatures we share our home with. The future of our planet is in our hands. We must understand how the natural wonders we depend on for our survival can be sustained forever. Explore the natural treasures on your doorstep and discover what you can do to help restore and protect wildlife all around the world. Connect with other young people, find strength in numbers, and unite to protect your future. Together, you can save our planet.
Wasn't that hard-hitting? Yes, we definitely together can protect our planet and save our future. So we had a very interesting session yesterday. It was the day 1 of the MCOP. I would like my participants to describe their experience on day 1. I will be sharing a few words. You can put a stamp, a star stamp, on the hexagon, which you feel relates to your experience the best. Okay, so students, are you ready? Should I share the words with you? Also, for our YouTube viewers, you can write your feelings on the comment box as well. Here you go. Everybody, all the students, please annotate using the star stamp only. Was it informative? Was it historical, important, optimistic, unique, or inspiring? There are a lot of stars on inspiring, definitely. Informative, yes, we had an amazing panel of dignitaries yesterday and even the whole week, actually. Yes, it was unique. There is no way that so many students come together on this virtually and digitally connected. I can see a lot of stars on the informative and inspiring. I think all our boxes are now getting covered. I'll give you 10 seconds more to view your opinions and cover these hexagon with your beautiful stars. Our viewers, please do write your comments. Okay, thank you, young delegates. I will stop the annotation now. Thank you for putting up your views. It is very, very clear the sessions were definitely inspiring, informative, and a wealth of information, and also a celebration of biodiversity. Let me just clear the annotations for you all. Yes. Okay. Moving on to the next slide. May I please welcome Ms. Radhika Suri, Director, Environment Education, WWF India, to give us a quick recap of day one. Over to you, Radhika, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Chetna. And I'm so glad to see that the children are inspired the most. And they do believe that this is something that's historical, what's happening today. So a very good morning to our student delegates. It's a very, very important day. There's a huge responsibility on your shoulders. Our student observers on YouTube, you are very special too for us, and teachers, principals, and parents. A good morning to all of you. And we have reached the final day of the Model Conference of Parties. And we are very excited. Today is going to be a very exciting day. And I will share with you what will happen so you will also get as excited as I am. So day one was very, very, interesting. We began, Chitna, can I have my slide? Um, we began with our minister launching the MCOP 1, which was a very, very exciting experience for us. And it also shares and reinforces the belief that the ministry also thinks that students must have a voice. Chetna, can I have my slide, please?
Sorry, there's a little technical glitch here.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so that was one thing that happened. The second thing was that we had eminent speakers. We also had lots and lots of experts talking to us. So our delegation understood issues. They understood what's happening to the environment. We had a great talk on education. So what should be education for nature? Should it just be in books? So we got exposed to that. We also understand the value of our ecosystem services that we just take for granted. We take pollinators, we take water, we take everything for granted. So there were experts who spoke to all of us about that. And I think so the real, I would say the most popular session was the session where we met people who have really, done something big and, gave us a very, very strong feeling of optimism. So we had examples from the ground. So that was something that, kind of captured the whole day. I just also want to say, so we went offline after all these speakers. So what happened at the back end? So what happened in the back end is that the children have started working on priority areas, okay, and they decided on 180 priorities. These were shared with our WWF experts who shortlisted them to 49 priority areas. Okay, so it's been a Herculean task back here at WWF where everybody has been, working. They found it very heartening because it is very, very impressive what the children and the student delegation has come up with. So so today what you will see is 49 priority areas and voting that will happen. So we will look at what should be our priority areas till 2022 and then till 2030. So the experts, in-house experts have felt that the children have done a great job and we should honor what they have kind of proposed. So moving on to the agenda of the day, we have we have a plenary, we have a surprise, we have a very special guest coming. Then we have a plenary where the voting will happen on the priority areas. Then the children will work on the smart targets. They will get feedback from an eminent jury. And finally, at 4 o'clock, we'll have the Delhi Declaration out. So I think so it's a very jam-packed, exciting day. And now I'm sure my excitement has reached you. Moving forward, I just want to say that, we have a very special guest who has joined us. And it just, on behalf of WWF India and the student delegation, I just want to say a very big thank you. Because one thing, your coming here is kind of, reinforces your belief that students, youth can be big change makers and they should be contributors. So a big thank you and a warm welcome. But I won't take her name. I would request Dr. Balakrishna, who is an internationally renowned conservation and development specialist. And also, he is the chairperson of Fledge and Regional Vice Chair IUC and CEC South and Southeast Asia. To please welcome our special guest of the day. Over to you, Dr. Bala.
Thank you very much, Radhika, Suri, and the colleagues at WWF, partners, and most importantly, teachers and students. Of course, Radhika mentioned that it was a surprise, but for those of you who have keen eyes, would have already picked up what the surprise is. You actually are meeting. You had a pre-workshop session for 3 days. You met yesterday, and today is the final day for your activities. But all of it, you are doing it in relation to contributing to the topic of this particular event, the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. The Convention on Biological Diversity, we popularly call as one of the most important universal conventions. We have 196 countries who are currently party to this convention. And our guest today, who actually is joining to not only inspire you, inform you, but also would like to ensure that next time when Chetna is going to be putting her slide up, we'll see more stars in that particular hexagon that says optimistic. And she's none other than the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, Miss Elizabeth Maruma Mrema. You can't get anybody bigger in terms of profile and responsibility when it comes to the convention. And she also is the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, a very, very high position within the United Nations, but also a very responsible position. I've had the pleasure of working with her, knowing her for many years, and both on my behalf personally and also on behalf of all the organizers, I'd like to thank Elizabeth very profusely because she actually is in the center of global celebrations. Think of it, 196 countries are celebrating 22nd of May yesterday for India, but almost end of the day on 22nd of May for her, who is now joining us from Calgary in Canada. A very passionate individual, environmental lawyer of international repute, have held very many positions, including as the director of the Environmental Law and Conventions Division of United Nations Environment Program for many, many years, was an architect of many international environmental agreements. And of all the things, personally, I feel one thing which I can pick out as the most outstanding contribution she had in environmental policy and law is she coordinating a multi-year, almost I think it's reaching 25 years now, of what is called as the Montevideo program, a global program on environmental law, where she helped many, many countries see through environmental policy making and environmental lawmaking. Of course, I can go on for the next several minutes about her achievements, but certainly one thing which really inspires, including a person like me, is that she had a very, very busy day. Actually, she started the day joining a webinar that I was organizing at 6 a.m. her time. And perhaps, Elizabeth, I think hopefully this probably will be your last engagement for the day, where it is almost going to be about 11 o'clock at night. So thank you very much for your time. your interest and support. And I'm sure that we'll see the inspiring box to be more full, but also the optimism being, at its high after you finish. So thank you very much for joining, Elizabeth. And I give the floor to Elizabeth at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bala. I know you've given me all the credits, which I don't think I deserve. Much as it's almost going to midnight where I am in Canada. But the moment I was told that the youth, the future generation, are preparing themselves to be active participants, active stakeholder at our next conference of the parties, I had no choice but to say yes, irrespective of the time factor on my side. I'm really delighted to learn that you have spent, or you are spending 2 days learning how to negotiate and how to take your place when it comes to negotiations, in particular for our next conference of the parties. Negotiation skills has been part of my passion with Bala for many years when we were working together. And I think we can go around the globe pinpointing how many influential negotiators of today who have gone through some of our training programs, just empowering government officials to better negotiate, to better sell their national interests and positions in international negotiations. So I hope among you, I will be able to see you or meet you during our next conference of the parties, now scheduled for sometime next year. And since looking at your program, especially I think yesterday, you also had senior government officials, I hope among you will also be part of the national delegation for the conference of the party. That's where changes can be made. So I'll look forward for that. You have begun very early, which is excellent because it's a long process going on and we are still very far in terms of preparation. So let me go straight to what I want my message is to you, the young people, the youth, our children, our future generation. It is indeed an honor and pleasure for me to be able to join you for this August auspicious model conference of the parties you are working on, where you young people across India are working together to prepare the citizens to become the citizens and leaders of tomorrow, and to be the torch bearers for the protection of the life on Earth. 22nd May, which for you was yesterday, for me is still today, is our International Day for Biological Diversity. For the 2020 edition of International Day for Biodiversity, we wanted to celebrate the fact that our solutions are in nature. And I'm sure you know it very well because I know India is one of those mega diverse countries. So when I talk of nature, you can connect yourself very well with the nature and ecosystems around you. Not only that, the theme on our solutions are in nature is very fitting and timely, perhaps even more now than ever before in the context of the COVID-19. We are facing a severe biodiversity crisis. At least 680 vertebrate species have been driven to extinction since the 16th century. More than 40% of the amphibian species, almost 33% of free-forming corals, and more than a third of all marine mammals are threatened. Over 1 million animal and plant species are threatened with extinctions, more than ever before in the history of humankind. We are also facing a human health crisis. While we are in solidarity with all countries globally in saving lives of their populations and ensuring the survival of the population, COVID-19 pandemic provides us with an opportune moment to reflect on how human health is ultimately interconnected with the health of our planet. It serves us as a reminder that we need to take urgent action to conserve biodiversity, not only for today's generation, but more so also for the future generation, to be led by you, the youth of today, who will be the leaders and the politicians and the presidents of the future. Biodiversity ensures that we can have clean air and water. It brings healthy food to our tables. It has cultural and recreational value, and it provides livelihood for millions of people. Biodiversity is also the source of medicines such as antibiotics. So if we continue to lose biodiversity before it is even discovered for some of those other species, we could even be losing the very cures of both current and future diseases. I invite you, the young people, the youth, to contribute fresh, innovative ideas and to be proactive in finding solutions to halt biodiversity loss. I request you to find ways to reduce the pressure from the direct and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss, such as deforestation, habitat conversion and fragmentation, agricultural intensification, unregulated trade in species, and over harvesting of species. Young people, the youth, you are the really agents of change. You have greater access to information and communication technologies more than any other generation before you. This has allowed you to be creative, to develop innovative tools, and to quickly mobilize people, young and old, no matter where on earth you live. And as we build back better from this pandemic, you can help us contribute to unite and build a movement of nature, to generate and galvanize attention and put biodiversity on top of our agenda. The Convention on Biological Diversity recognizes the importance of your engagement on biodiversity matters. Several decisions have been taken by our Conference of the Parties, which encourage the youth to take an active role in its processes and invite your governments to collaborate with you, the youth, in the implementation of those decisions. The Conference of the Parties' decisions have also invited the youth to contribute to the ongoing process of the development of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that is expected to be adopted at our next Conference of the Parties, which you have spent 2 days preparing for. As demonstrated by your presence in this model conference, you are already taking that positive action for biodiversity. You are already learning to interact as citizens of tomorrow. You are already discovering the ways to participate in meetings that discuss matters that will be important to you today, but also tomorrow, because you will be the ones to implement those decisions, including in the context of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. I hope that you will be inspired to formulate actions for nature and from nature, and that you will convey and share your ideas at all levels, from local to the global. The Convention on Biological Diversity is committed to work with you, the young people and the youth, to protect our life on Earth, as you may know, when we heal the earth, we heal ourselves. And therefore, I wish you all good luck in your work for the protection and conservation of biodiversity. And I'll be looking forward to continue to hear from you about of these preparations. And I've heard in the quiz which I had put forward, how many of you have been inspired and have been knowledgeable now. We want to see this on the ground in terms of action. And we want to continue to work together with you to preserve our common home, our common planet, the planet for our benefit. And the youth, remember, me, my generation, and Balakrishna's generation, we have contributed to the pollution of this earth. But at the time when you will be leaders, me and him and all of our generation either will be too old or will be out of this world. You will be the one to lead the planet. What kind of planet would you want to lead? What kind of planet Earth would you want your own children in future to enjoy and benefit for their generation and future generation? Would you want to leave them the planet you are seeing today, for which you are going on the streets and take action and put pressure on governments to take action? Would you want to see a different planet, for which now you are on the table discussing with politicians, making all the arguments to also being heard and being listened? This is your time. Don't waste it. And these preparations for the conference of the parties, which will happen next year, is exactly one of those actions you are already taking. How to negotiate, how to be on the table at par with the negotiators. How can you be heard? And in that being heard, actions being taken in your favor for the future generation. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and once again, happy International Biodiversity Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Inspirational. We have about 120 participants, and the number of chats saying that thank you very much, it was very inspirational, is just going up. You know, it's been a long day for you, quite late in Calgary, but you really provided the needed fuel, so that the last lap of the run that the students and the youth are going to take in the few hours to come will not only be inspirational, but also will be shaping up their thoughts on exactly what you said. You know, they should take the responsibility to see a better world. A couple of very quick points. Thank you very much for also requesting our colleague Chantal to join us in the afternoon, where she also will be listening to the outcomes of the deliberations. But as you said, that it is not that we are looking at a short report of this event that we are going to circulate to the participants. I'm also trying to help WWF and other partners to network with the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, because they have a very important role to play, as we all know, in the COP process, but also with a lot of youth networks out there globally, including the Nordic Youth Network, where a lot of these kinds of inspirational work is happening. Thank you very much, and certainly we certainly value your time and your interest, and take it from me that we'll keep you informed, not just of the outcomes, but also the follow-up to the outcomes in the weeks and months to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth, for your enlightening address. The children and youth are indeed the torchbearers for biodiversity and the future of our planet. And we should all must act together now. Like Dr. Balakrishnan mentioned, our students are definitely more inspired and optimistic for the days to come. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next session and the first session of the day, we will be tabling and building a consensus on the national priorities. I'm really honored and grateful to have a very impressive plenary today with us. May I please welcome Mr. J. Justin Mohan, the Secretary of National Biodiversity Authority, Dr. Dipankar Ghosh, Director, Wildlife and Habitat, WWF-India, Ms. Vishesh Uppul, Director, Government's Law and Policy at WWF-India, and Ms. Vidya Soundarajan, Director, Ecological Footprint, WWF-India. This session will be moderated by my colleague, Ms. Neha Raga from WWF-India. Neha, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Chetna. Very warm welcome to our jury members. Thank you so much, Elizabeth ma'am, for such an inspirational speech, and Dr. Balakrishna as well. Thank you so much for connecting us with her. Moving on with the session, just give me a moment. Allow me to share my screen. Yes. Past 5 days have been, rather 6 days. We started on 18th of May, beginning our conversations with students. We have been working, on the 3 proposed goals, and we have definitely been, inspired and motivated by the vision of Convention of Biological Diversity, which you can see stated over here. These are the 3 goals that that we have all been deliberating upon, working around when we were identifying the priority areas at state level. During the first 3 days, when the students were being trained, given exposure, various expert talks were happening for them. The 3 proposed goals are no loss of fresh water, marine and terrestrial ecosystems by 2030. The second one mainly talks about reducing the footprint, making it half by 2030. And of course, the third one on healthy natural ecosystems providing benefits to all people. So these have been our guiding thoughts on which we have kind of worked for past 5 days. Moving on, we are going to show you the, the national priority areas that have been identified by students. Like Ms. Radhika Suri had mentioned that, students have contributed over 180 national priority areas, and which have been, and we were very happy to know that, there were a lot of, common thinking and common thoughts which kind of came our way, and we managed to sort of put everything together and pack it in 49 national priority areas under the 3 goals. I am going to take you through the goals that have been proposed by students under Goal A, which is no loss of freshwater, marine and terrestrial ecosystems by 2030. Of course, since students have done a lot of research, they have kind of ensured that they cover the ground very well throughout the country, so that we are able to address a variety of issues by 2030. What we are going to do today is we are going to work on targets on 9 areas which we feel are most critical and need immediate attention. But for now, these goals we are going to kind of carry forward with till the year 2030. I would allow you to read through the priority areas highlighted by the students. I can read out a few for you. To begin with, restore coastal and marine ecosystems and revive coral reefs. I remember during our discussions, the students really laid a lot of stress upon this one, as India has a really long coastline, and they recognize the importance of it being the priority area. Similarly, moving forward on conserving and restoring wetlands, including high altitude wetlands. So they have covered a very wide ground over here, because wetlands are critical ecosystems for us, and not just that, they are very important. They replenish the aquifers, so definitely for human well-being. So a lot of priority areas were kind of set in a way that they were sort of addressing different goals in different ways. Definitely save and restore mangrove and coastal woodlands. There were a whole lot of discussions on how these mangroves, they prevent floods, and they help us in various ways, promote groundwater conservation and effective recharge of aquifers, and prevent water crisis. So certainly there were a lot of things that were discussed. I would really commend each and every student delegate from all parts of the country, who have contributed invaluably to come up with these priority areas. What we would do next is, we are going to have a little poll. I am going to launch a poll. I would request all the student delegates to be attentive. What we have done is, we have divided all these goals into 3 parts. You will have to select one part. We had shared these priority areas last evening, so I am assuming that you are all very familiar with it, and you will be able to pick one priority area in each set which you feel is very important for you to achieve till 2022. We have decided, our team has decided that each and every priority area is very significant. However, it may not be possible for us to achieve everything. So we have made, 2022 as the target during this polling and deliberation. So I would want you to pick up the priority areas which you feel are very significant to achieve by 2022. So here I launched the poll. You will be able to see the options on your screen. So if you see over here under goal A, you will be able to see 3 sets of priority areas. Under each set, you will be able to pick one which you feel is most important. And please read through the priority areas very carefully before making those choices. So I can see that the responses have started to come in. So
Neha, the student delegates want to know, is there a time limit?
Yes, so they will have 5 minutes to go over all these priority areas and pick up one. So I have already had 18 participants who have already voted. So I think they are moving really fast.
Can I also jump in here?
Yeah,
I
sure.
think the delegates just remember it's all these areas are important, and it's something which you all have decided needs to be done by 2030 for the entire decade. But just for the fact that, remember Vidya ma'am's session where she said that we all want to do a lot of stuff, but we need to prioritize and ensure that we pick up the most important and crucial things which we feel needs to be done immediately, right? And that is why we are asking you to pick up and prioritize from here, right? So you need to, because I don't know, Neha, at least the entire list cannot be seen, at least.
They will have to just scroll and they will be able to see all the priority areas under goal A right now.
So, I mean, basically, out of all your under goal 8 priorities, just select, okay, which you think are the most important.
Yeah, and Neha, can we just have the voting panel? Can we see that?
So when I share the results, all
Okay, fine.
that's
All
when
right.
it will be visible.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
The polling is still on.
And has Mr. Justin Mohan joined? I cannot see. Can anyone check?
Yeah, I am very much there.
Hi, Justin. Good,
Yeah,
good to see you here.
I am very much.
Thanks for joining. Yeah, I just was checking.
Yes.
I think so. We are up by 3 minutes. So you can We're almost there. I think so today everybody's been really quick. I would wait for all my student delegates to take the poll, and I think so we are almost done. However, we still have a minute left. So I have all my 72 student delegates who have voted. Moving on to the results, I hope you are all able to see the results on your screen. So in the first set, a clear winner is conserve and restore wetlands, including high altitude wetlands to enhance biodiversity. Since as you can see that some of the people feel that others are equally important, but most of the people have voted for conserve and restore wetlands in the first set. So definitely that is going to be picked up for the 2022 as the priority area. In the next set, clearly protect and restore nationally important rivers like Ganga, Yamuna and Gomti, and there are many others. So there has to be a lot of...
Yes? Neha, we can't see the results. Can you please show it to us?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, can you see now?
But we can't see the bottom also.
Yeah, it is scrolling. It is scrolling, sorry. So in the last set, promote groundwater conservation and effective recharge of aquifers to prevent water crisis. 32 votes have gone to this particular priority area. So definitely there are others. So there is not one priority area which has not been covered or people have not seen importance in it. But yes, most of us have kind of in this set have sort of seen significance in picking up this for 2022, and protect and restore nationally important rivers like Ganga, Yamuna and Gomti. I would now invite discussions on this and request my jury members to sort of ask questions, and if my delegates have some other viewpoint on this, they can raise hands and we can unmute them to...
Neha, can we have Vishesh ma'am also just...
Yes, ma'am.
No, in fact, I would request everyone to chip in. I still cannot see, even when you scroll.
Yeah, we want to see the results. We want to see the results.
The results are on the screen. Can you not see?
No, we cannot. We can see goal A, national priority.
So yeah, this is only for goal A right now. We will be moving.
We want to see the voting.
Divided it right into 3 sections. We can only see one section.
Neha, give me 2 minutes. I will share it on a slide.
Okay.
So Vishesh, what we are doing is we are doing goal A first, and then we'll go to goal B and goal 3. So the voting will happen in 3 stages.
That's fine, but even within goal A, I would suggest that remove the bifurcation so that everyone can see everything together.
Okay, fine. Chetna, you're on it, right?
Yeah, so Chetna, when you do the next thing, you can remove that. Yeah. For the Pankar and Justin and everyone to look at, we need the entire thing also, and even for the delegates.
Meanwhile, Vishesh ma'am, Sarthak has raised a question. Can we allow him to ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ashish, I request you to unmute Sarthak so that he can ask his question.
If we can type it, we can then read an answer also.
Ma'am, I just wanted to ask, was there a particular basis on which the total set of all of the priority areas under goal A were divided into 3 sections where we voted within those sections?
Yes.
Because when you're voting in a section, for example, the second section that we have, the second question, I feel, for example, if the goal about forest cover was grouped with everything, it might have come out as one of the top three. But
Yes.
because it was against rivers, it wasn't able to make it there. So, was there any particular reasoning into the way they were grouped?
I think Neha can answer
Yes,
that.
yes.
I
So,
would
Sarthak,
listen 1 minute, Neha. For the next goal, just remove that, the clubbing. Yeah.
so there is a little limitation with Zoom polling. It doesn't allow us to fit in more than 10 options in one, which is why there was a random this thing. So we can count the number of votes. We have the results with us. We can count the number of votes, and we
No,
can
but
come up with.
actually, Neha, what he's saying is a very valid point that
That's true.
you are voting between the sets, right? And that is what should have been avoided. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, I
yeah.
mean, you can try and avoid it. The ones who are getting very low vote, maybe remove those and then just bring the whole lot together and let people vote again.
Okay, so with that, Vishesh ma'am, we will be able to fit in only 10, but we have priorities which are,
So there are 17 here, no?
yes,
Under
there are 17,
So
right?
I'm sure there are like 11%. There must be a lot with 11%. So maybe
Yeah.
anyone who gets less than 17 or 20 can be removed, and then the rest of the list can be brought up and can be voted again. Because I think,
Okay.
because I think people
Okay,
all
okay.
together.
So please allow me to fix the polling meanwhile, and we can have discussions during
Yeah,
this time.
I would actually, if you can just show that entire goal thing while you're doing this fixing, maybe
Yeah,
Justin and Dipankar, I would really like them to, one of them to come and
sure,
look at the whole
sure,
thing with their,
sure, sure,
some inputs. Yeah.
sure. The goals are all here right in front at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, but your host is sharing, has to go then. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, what I would say, like I said, this 11%, 13%, right? You've got 13, 12, 11. So five anyways get removed, no? Yeah. And
So
then next, yeah. If you remove those, I think you will have 10.
yes. So 25, 18, and 17. So I will pick up five top, and then we can have voting again. Do you advise that?
No, pick up at least 10, no?
Okay, 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 fine.
You're allowed 10.
Sure, sure. I'll get that done.
Yeah. So Justin, you can
Yeah.
see this is the range of kind of priority areas which the delegates have kind of looked at.
Yeah.
Uh, Here, besides, there is one word missing. I think it says ocean acidification and coral bleaching. So, if you have any, do you think they are comprehensive? The kids
Can
have.
I chip in?
Yes, please.
See, goal number one, whatever I thought, I think the students have also voted. So I think there is no problem from my side from on goal number one, because we have to conserve our wetlands, because it is very, very rich in aquatic biodiversity. And in order to conserve biodiversity, there are only four types of biodiversity for the information of the children. Broadly, the biodiversity is normally classified as a terrestrial biodiversity and aquatic biodiversity. And within aquatic biodiversity, of course, whatever you have chosen is the right one. That is the conserve and restore wetlands, including high altitude wetlands to enhance biodiversity. I am with you on that.
Okay.
But the second, goal number two, I have a slight difference. I was expecting protect species through effective management of to avoid human animal conflict, because that is actually a problem in many parts of the world, where because as we encroach forest land and areas rich in endemism, and where habitat management is not up to the mark, then we are facing a lot of man animal conflict that is leading to loss of lives, human lives, as well as a lot of loss to the agriculture areas which are located around the forest ecosystems. So I was thinking that that could be one, that would have been my vote had I was allowed to vote for that. And the third goal, I think whatever I thought was actually picked up, because I was a groundwater director, and I I feel that promoting groundwater conservation is a very, very, very important task for Government of India, because last year, if you remember, we were almost witnessing drought in many parts of the country, and you must have seen that areas like Chennai, there was practically no water to drink, and they had to take water from neighboring states to supply drinking water to the citizens, people. So an effective groundwater mechanism is the need of the day, and I would have voted for that. And I'm happy that the children have also given importance for that task. I'll just chip in whenever required.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. So, so I think another thing which probably, you know, hindsight we look at it, is that you have put water in all three. You know, that's why they have also come up as the first one. You know, aquifers, groundwater, which I think, like Justin said, is a very important you know, aspect that has come up. Again, important rivers, and again wetlands, right? So all three. And so I mean, that's absolutely fine. But if you look at it, then other areas also come up. So Neha, are you ready? Hello.
Vishesh, can I jump in
Yes,
quickly?
yes, please, Dipankar.
So good morning, everyone, and good morning, students. Good morning, Mr. Justin Mohan and colleagues. I'm just fascinated, students. You know, at your age, and when I was in your standard, you know, 9th, 10th, 11th, I did not have any idea that there is a river named Gomti. I was based out of suburbs of West Bengal, suburbs of Calcutta. We didn't even read about it in geography. And here you are voting for securing a nationally important river, which is Gomti, you know, which I think half of the country probably doesn't know about it. On the other hand, the way you have selected the three top priorities is just fascinating. I think, you know, if you hold the future of our country, I think we are safe. You know, we can at least be, as Mr. Mohan was saying, that, you know, we fully agree with you. I also, to some extent, understand that human wildlife interaction, I would say, not conflict. You know, this is a country where you have about 1,000 elephants and a couple of hundred tigers staying next to a lack of people. That's in Uttarakhand. You have Rajaji, which has few hundred elephants, and you have millions of tourists coming there. It's because of the positive interaction of human and animals. The tolerance is fantastic, but maybe in an urban setting we don't get to know about it. We will talk about those more later. But very happy to see this result. Thank you.
Okay. So Neha, are we ready?
No, Vishesh, please have a look at the messages in the chat box. The students are, yeah, they are saying that, yeah, while rivers are important, they do feel human animal conflict, and all of this is also important. So
Yeah,
just
safeguarding. So like I said,
Vishesh,
you know, everything is
Vishesh,
important. Sorry.
I
Yeah, yeah. Vidya,
just
please.
quickly, I won't take much time. One of the criteria that I would like all the students and all of
Your
us.
voice is very faint.
Okay, is it better now?
yeah, slightly better. Little louder would be better.
Okay, I'm basically screaming into my computer. So I was saying that one of the things that we should keep in mind is the time frame and the achievability of these targets. While I do agree, and the urgency as to what is most important. I can see all of us obviously passionately feel for different issues. I might feel passionate for 10, some might feel more passionate for 15 issues. But I think the purpose of this exercise is to filter it to very specific, very urgent, high priority, yet achievable stuff in the next couple of years. So if we added those criteria, it does not mean that we are saying that conservation of rivers is not important, or that is the only thing that needs to be done, but let's ignore mangroves. None of this voting does not mean that we are anyway saying anything towards that end. But our selection criteria from within this voting to deliberate a little bit more on should really be on the achievability of it. Otherwise, that's a huge stumbling block when, if when we choose things that are not achievable within the time frame, that causes more damage to the system than actually not doing anything in the first place. So um, whoever, I mean, now that the voting is done, but even within that, if we are trying to prioritize, we should really keep that in mind. That's all.
Vishesh, how do we, the delegates definitely seem to want to negotiate on at least that it's become very river focused. So they do want.
Yeah, because in fact, if we had done, we had to do this, we should have put all the water ones in one. So in one lot, so that they choose out of
Okay.
that.
Okay.
It would have made that would have made more sense, because now you
So,
spread it across. So obviously that is coming up as priorities. And so what I would suggest is that all the three is looked at as one, and then the others are kind of others are then looked at as different things, because there are different ecosystems, and then there is a different lot on looking at pollution, recharge, biodiversity, forest fires, I mean conflict, plastic, whatever. So those could have been put as one. Yeah.
So what we have done is we have picked up the top voted from all the three sets and we have put them together. We can launch another poll, I think, so it will take us 5 minutes to do that.
So top three, I would suggest that your top three of water you please remove from that list and then put the remaining.
Okay. So, okay.
Neha, at this point of time, what can you do
Mm-hmm.
for this polling to kind of?
So what I have at the moment done is I have picked up the top voted from all the categories. We have kind of picked up top three from each and put them together.
So let's say those top three becomes your top water, no?
So
Yeah.
in the first set we have wetlands. In the second set we have protect and restore rivers, and the
Yes.
third one is groundwater.
Yeah.
And the next one is what we have picked up is conserve mountain ecosystems, restore coral and marine ecosystems. So it kind of covers all. It has a range of all.
No, but what I'm saying, the three water, if you remove it and add the rest. If you can, it's fine. If you can't, it's okay. But for the other ones, just remove this segregation.
Why
Yeah.
don't we have another voting just for the water items? No, let's pick 6 of
Yeah.
these water related ones,
Yes.
and
Put it.
let's do a voting and choose 2 out of that.
Yeah, I would agree to that, and then do the
So
rest.
anyway, you restore coastal marine, which is 20%. Then you have the protect restore nationally important 24%, groundwater 43%. Then further down, you have conserve restore wetlands 33%, mangroves and coastal wetlands 11%, and pollution in, no, that's not for water.
Yeah.
Ensure, choose
One
one
you can do
more on.
separately, and the others you can do separately, I think.
Exactly. Out of the 6, let's choose, let's all vote for one. So we'll get the top 2 rated ones and add them to the pool and remove that. That'll really help us, because if there are 6 water related ones, obviously it trumps everything else. And then, needlessly acidification and species are not getting that much
Yes.
weighted average. So
Yes.
the
For
average is skewed.
agro, biodiversity, forest,
Yeah.
everything.
So
Yeah.
take out the 5 water ones and let's vote out of the 5 our one preferred
Okay.
one.
Okay. Okay. So just allow me 2 minutes to do that. Yeah.
So the delegates are, really active on the chat box, and they think that we should really focus on water and forest, since
Yeah.
they are the foundation of everything.
Yes.
So yes, so it's interesting to see their chats and what they are thinking. So yeah. And Dipankar, these are the same delegates, exactly 4 days back were like, what is a COP? And just see them today.
Yeah,
They're
that
on
says a lot
fire.
about the previous sessions. They have been. Yesterday, I was seeing some of the chats. Truly inspiring students.
There's a cute comment. They're saying we need more diversity in our biodiversity priorities, right? Which is correct. Yes. See, that's it. It's so difficult to choose. So, but we need to, do the best.
So our colleague yesterday, Suresh from the water division, spoke to them. So he's excited that all priorities seem to be on water. But yeah, I think so. Dipankar, they're moving towards you too.
No, that's interesting. Maybe whenever I get a chance, I will share my screen and then we will talk a little more about animals.
So,
why don't you do it now? Because Neha is a little time.
Take 10 minutes. So why don't you do it now?
Okay, let me share my screen.
So,
Right. Okay, delegates, what do you see in this picture? Can you see something? You have to unmute and say what do you see? Just in one word or two words, maybe.
You can write your answers in the comment box as well, in the chat box as well. Dr. Dipankar, that will be easier for the kids.
That's fine. Yeah.
Herd of elephant.
Okay.
You're getting elephants from ecosystem, someone said.
Wow. I said two words. Somebody also wrote
grasslands.
Okay, fantastic. So what you see here is somebody almost wrote ecosystem. You see a water body. You see a grassland, yes. And you see elephants. I see a baby elephant. I see the future. And I see the future secured, future of this baby elephant, of this calf, secured amongst her parents and with a healthy ecosystem. The color of this water is blue. The grassland does not look very productive, but believe you me, it's a lovely greenish yellow grassland in the middle of Corbett. Now, this is what we are talking about. This is India's biodiversity. Going from this to the next one is this. A mother tigress, if you look at her right foreleg, you will see that she was injured. She was bitten by a male tiger. They were trying to protect their territories, and the mother tigress, she won. And here, can anyone put on a chat box, what is she doing? Sorry, I can't see the chat box.
Protecting herself, I can read it out. Curing herself.
Yeah.
Marking territory.
Absolutely. So, it's the way of your thought process. She was actually sniffing, she was not marking, she was sniffing for marks given by that other tiger or any other tiger for that matter. But when I put it up in front of even students, adults, anybody, people say that, well, she was sniffing wisdom from this tree. And I personally have that feeling. I'm sure some of you must have had that. The moment you stand next to an old, tall tree, you have a calmness. So that's your linkage with biodiversity. So she was, I'm not sure whether she was sniffing that wisdom from the tree, but definitely trees are used for marking territories by tigers and other big cats. So she was sniffing the mark. That's the science behind it. But again, look at the interaction between a tree and a large predator. From there to something which is very urban. It's a shikra taken in Delhi, very close to our office. In fact, right next to our office. It's almost like the apex predator of an urban, if I may say, a forest or even a park. And the moment there is a shikra, you will see that every other bird, a smaller bird, would just try flying here and there. Why? Is the shikra there to kill everybody? No. It's probably going to attack one or two birds, but then there comes a certain amount of discipline. Is that, well, there is the predator. Let's watch out. Let's be together. Let's see how we can keep ourselves safer. Similarly, has anybody seen this bird? I see there are delegates from our Eastern Himalayan states. Vishesh, has anybody said a yes or so, even in a zoo?
No, nothing as yet. No, I can only say I have seen a Blythe's tragopan. Someone from Assam has said it.
Okay, wow. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is another species of tragopan, Sati tragopan, and one of the mostly seen tragopans among 4 species of tragopans in the whole world. There are 5 species found in the whole world, and 4 of those tragopans are found in India. And this is the one species which you see in Kumaon, some parts of Kumaon Himalayas, and all 3 eastern Himalayas. Sati tragopan, a fascinating looking bird, a game bird, but very stupid. When I was doing my PhD work on this particular bird, once I opened my tent door, and this bird was right next to me, and both of us were startled. I mean, the bird was startled, I was startled. Now, this bird is the indicator of a temperate forest. This bird will not survive in a temperate forest if it is disturbed. And what happens when a temperate forest is disturbed?
Achha. Okay.
Your rivers will not be recharged. And that brings me to my last slide, which is this. This is a high altitude lake, Solamo, in North Sikkim, which is also the source of one of the most well-known rivers from that particular landscape, Tista. Now, Solamo flows down, Tista flows down from Solamo, but then there are temperate forests in Sikkim and Darjeeling, which would put more water into River Tista by the time it flows into the plains of Bengal, plains of North Bengal. So, when you wrote that wetlands need to be conserved, fascinating. Yes, high altitude or mountain wetlands need to be conserved, but simultaneously, in the middle altitude, the temperate forests also need to be conserved because, as the slogan said, that the solution is in nature. We are in a very tough situation with COVID. And what are the 2 things that even the government is telling us to do? That, okay, cover your mouth. It's a respiratory disease, so we need clean air also. And wash your hands. So you need cleaner water. You need clean water. Now, if we need both,
I was trying to explain to this jury and I couldn't. So what I'm saying is we can probably go on to the next round of voting. Yeah. So let's do that. And then,
I guess I should stop sharing.
Neha and Prashant were speaking.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Dipankar's last slide. Dipankar,
yeah, please finish. Yeah.
Okay, so my last slide was on this wetland, and yeah, I've stopped sharing. I was saying that the solution to fight this COVID is again in nature. We need clean air and we need clean water. And if delegates, the way you are thinking, if you can also train, if you can also pass on this message to 10 of your friends, today your 50 delegates, the message will go to 500 other delegates and 500 other students. And similarly, the number can increase. If we can ensure that we have clean water and clean air surrounding us, and then whatever way we can try to help you, we will, then I think the future of this country will be secured. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dipankar. I missed some bit of it. So let me share my screen now so that we can move forward. Yeah, so like I'm going to relaunch the polling so that we just focus on the water related priority areas as advised by Vidya ma'am. So you can see it on your screens after that. Do let me know if there is a challenge.
No, it looks good, Neha.
Okay, fine. So we have picked up all water related. So you can start voting.
Neha, time limit for voting?
I don't think so. It will take more than 2 to 3 minutes for everyone to attempt this, because these are only 6. So we are up by a minute. So again, remember delegates, we are looking at 2022 to kind of identify these priority areas. And all the other priority areas are of equal significance. However, we will be addressing those post 2022. So right now the focus will be the priority areas most important. We are almost over with time. So I think so we are done. Please allow me to share the results. I'm ending the polling over here. So Vishesh ma'am, can you see the results on the screen?
Yeah. So you've got groundwater, you've got wetlands, you've got rivers, right?
Right.
All have kind of come up, yes, together.
Yeah. So under goal A, we have.
I think what we'll do is we'll look at goal A carefully again. Yeah, because there has been. So why don't you move to goal B? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
We have another session also. We can come back. Huh?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, Chetna, I would request you to save the results, please. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next poll. It is again going to be in 3 sets. We will see which ones are most voted, and we are going to put them together and we will have our discussions next. I am launching the polling. You can scroll up and down. You can begin voting. Again, the time is 5 minutes. I am sure you're all familiar with it. This is goal B, halve the footprint of production and consumption by 2030 in 3 sets. Yeah. I am waiting for a couple of more votes to come in so that the picture becomes clearer to us. Yeah. So as I scroll down, so I think so another 1 minute for all of you to be through with it. So this is moving really fast. 51 votes have already been cast and we are moving really fast. 20 seconds to go.
Neha, also we've overshot our time a little bit. So 11:25, we would like this session to wrap up. Okay.
Sure.
Our next speaker will be here. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. So it's 11:05. We are assuming we'll be able to now. We know. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think so time is up. I would end polling over here and I would.
I've requested Dr. Bajpai to join in 10-15 15 minutes late. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So here are the results on the screen. In the first set, promote green energy is topped the list. In the second set, there is a tie between enforce effective waste management of large scale industries through good standard operation procedures and avoid unplanned urbanization and unscientific mining activities. In the third set, the clear winner is implement modern sustainable agricultural methods such as drip irrigation, integrated pest management with the government's aid. So these are any advice on picking up any particular.
Can you share all of them together again, like you did last time? Is that possible?
Yeah, it is possible. It will just take us 2 minutes if you can advise on which ones to kind of put together.
So let's, because if we see all of them, then we'll know, whether we feel anything is. I think it's pretty good here because your single plastics are also there.
Yeah.
Look at it.
I have a comment from Mohit Patil. I feel groundwater, he wants to give more.
Groundwater has come already. What groundwater conservation has come in the goal one, right?
Yeah.
So plastics has come up here. You have, I think, agriculture is fine. Allergy is fine. Vidya, Justin, anyone just have any comments on this quickly?
Yeah, I am really amazed by the selection of the students here. I don't know how you have selected these students. Whatever I was thinking, these people have selected. I am so happy for them. See, first, this groundwater conservation, as I have already informed you earlier, it's a top priority for India because groundwater has to be secured, and it's a very cause for concern that the water table is going down every year. So that can happen primarily by policy initiatives. Of course, awareness creation is there for the people to reduce the water consumption and all, but proper policy initiatives is the only way to move forward on groundwater conservation. And I am sure that Government of India and all the state governments are having their own policies and programs, projects to ensure that groundwater is conserved. Now, coming to the second point, second thing, I have a small difference over there. I think the students have selected promoting green energy. Had I was on the other side, I would have selected address and mitigate negative effects of chemical intensive agriculture on air, water, and soil, because probably the students are from urban areas, so they may not be knowing the rural background. Farmers generally, there is a myth that if I apply more chemicals to my crop, my production increases. Actually, it is not so. In fact, soil ecosystem has a lot of beneficial microorganisms for agriculture. And the more you apply chemicals to the soil ecosystem, not only you kill the beneficial microorganisms in soil, but also it actually comes into the human health and has a negative impact on human health. So I would have gone with the other option. But the next two, I am with them. One is implement modern, enforce effective waste management of large scale industries through good standard operating procedures. I was actually thinking that should come up, and it has come up. I am so happy for them because pollution of water bodies is a very, very cause of concern because most of the water bodies, particularly rivers, have become some sort of a sink for many of the industries to just drain down their water, whatever polluted water, sewage water, without treatment. So if that can be enforced by the government more strictly, definitely it will help us to achieve the goal. And the last one is that whatever I thought has come up, that is implement modern sustainable agriculture methods like drip irrigation, IPM, integrated pest management, and with the government support. As you know that agriculture ministry has a variety of programs for micro irrigation. The micro irrigation is divided into two components, that is drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation. I was myself director agriculture, so I know that integrated pest management and drip irrigation, there are a lot of government schemes, both state government and central government schemes are there. Definitely it is going to help in two aspects. One is reduce the water consumption, because the more you conserve water, it is always better for sustainable agriculture. I know that coconut tree consumes about 2000 liters per day. But there are two ways of irrigating a coconut plantation. Either you can flood it, which is most common by most farmers, or you can adopt a drip irrigation, which is more sustainable. Once you start a flooding type of irrigation, you are going to lose water during the summer season. So I am with the students, and the other is the integrated pest management, adopting the latest technologies, biofertilizers, biopesticides, farmyard manures, and it should be an integrated approach. There should be an integrated pest management, integrated weed management, integrated water management, integrated disease management. That will definitely lead to a sustainable agriculture and ensure that the biodiversity components of the non-forest ecosystem gets preserved. That is my comment, and I am with the students, and I'm really happy that they have understood this concept and they have voted for whatever. As a Secretary Biodiversity Authority, whatever I thought, the students have also voted. I am so happy for them. I wish them all the very best. I'm so happy. I was, in fact, during school days, I was a member of the nature club in my school, and we used to plant trees and go across streets and then trying to convince people and all. Those days, I'm talking about 40 years back. I am so happy that we have arranged a model conference of parties for them to understand. After joining NBA only, I myself came to know about this word, COP.
Thank you, Justin. And
I'm so happy for you to arrange
you're
this.
the invisible advisor for them, I think, because whatever you're thinking, the kids are also thinking.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
I wish them all the very best for their future.
Thank you so much. I think we need to move to the next goal quickly. Okay. Yeah. Because Dr. Bajpai is also waiting for us.
Yeah. So just give me a moment to and allow me to move on to the next goal. So this is goal C. Please allow me to launch the poll. Yes. And your time starts now. You have 2 minutes to pick your options. You can scroll down to look at the other set of priority areas. I think so. The trends are showing now with nearly 17 votes already cast. If I am to give a running commentary, I am a little scared because I can see a lot of, varied opinions over here.
Chetna, Neha, I see somebody said can't see the poll. Just see in the chat, please.
They will not be able to see the poll till the result is shared. So just you focus on polling. Once the time is up, I will end the poll and show you the results. Yeah. Another 20 seconds left. I would urge all the delegates to be a little quick if they haven't yet finished it. I hope you have the year 2022 in mind when you are picking up the options. So through this, you are able to pick 3 options in the 3 sets. We will see what the results are, basis that we will take decision if we need another poll. So I think so we are almost done. The time is up. I would end polling and share the results with all of you. Yeah. So Vishesh ma'am, can you see the results on the screen?
No, only for the one. Can you
Yeah,
show?
so, yeah,
You have
yeah.
to
So
scroll down, Vishesh.
yeah, yeah.
No, I
I'm
can't scroll
I'm
down.
scrolling down. I'm scrolling down.
So reduce air pollution, then instill in people traditional knowledge, and engage active participation.
So if you can share that table, that's better.
Can I just jump in here? This living in harmony with nature to prevent the loss of biodiversity. If this is the thought process of the delegates, I think we are here to win. We are here to win the game. I think that this kind of thought process can really change things for the positive.
Yeah, even I agree with you. I was very excited to see this. Yeah.
Chetna, can I request you to take the screenshot of the results of the 3 and we can kind of put it up on a slide and show, since this is the last one, and we can also decide if we need another poll to come to a decision. This is the second set.
Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just.
Yeah, sure, sure. So let me know when you want me to scroll down. I can.
No, I'm done that. I've taken the screenshot, just placing it.
Yeah, thank you. Meanwhile, if any of the delegates have any questions or a difference of opinion, and if they want any advice on, okay, so it's up on the screen. Yeah.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I can see it. I think, yeah, this is
Okay.
fine. So we have very clear 3 winners here. There are 1 or 2 other areas which we can look at again. That's okay. So I think more or less Maharashtra, I think especially the concerns raised in the chats, we will need to kind of address it, but maybe in that other session, because Mr. Bajpai is asking, inform me 5 minutes before when to connect. So what should I say? I think maybe
I think another
10 minutes.
another.
Vishesh, yeah. And you just have to look at the chat box, Vishesh, and I think children have things to say.
Why do we prioritize? We can take every single issue. So we are taking every single issue in consideration, Adhiraj. But what we are saying is all these issues which you all have highlighted is issues which need to be tackled in the next decade, right? By till 2030. No, this is a plan for 2020 to 2030. But what right now through prioritization we are doing is we are saying that we need to look at what can be done in the next 2 years. Yeah. Okay, so agrobiodiversity, so people have said sustainable agriculture has already come up. Increasing agendas have to work on the most vulnerable things. I agree with you, Nidhanshi. So that's why we're asking you all to very clearly look at what are the most vulnerable things. I think in that post session, we have Dr. Bajpai who was going to speak. And once we do that, we can again regroup and have a quick look at what we have prioritized. And if there's any really burning issues, we can then sort it out. Yeah, is that fine? Anything else in the chat which I have missed, Radhika?
No, so what we'll do is we'll just send it to you. Yes, and we can kind of address what the delegates are saying. So,
Right now it's 11:20, so 11:30, Dr. Bajpai can join.
okay.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes,
Is
he
it
can.
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, I think, yeah, Neha, carry on.
Yeah, so I was just thinking if there are any questions that can be asked or any advice from our jury members that they would like to give to the delegates over here, since they have come up
Yeah,
with
especially on the priority
yeah,
areas. I
yeah.
think so. Yeah.
I
I think
would,
our
sorry.
jury is also really in agreement with most. I think so. Mr. Justin had a few comments,
Yeah,
but our jury is also quite in agreement with everything.
yeah.
The banker, you have any?
No, so I'm mostly in agreement, and what you said is that living in harmony with nature, coexistence, respect, wise use, these are the phrases that I think which are the take home phrases from this MCOP. I think as a delegate, when a delegate leaves a COP, the delegate goes with two things. One is the COP document, is the COP declaration, like some of us who have visited COPs, you have seen. The other is essentially an experience, and I think these are the take home phrases which will stay with you for good. So really very happy to see that. Thank you. Very inspiring.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dipankar.
Josh.
I would request Mr. Justin Mohan to
Yeah,
please motivate the students and give
yeah.
few words of advice.
I have already conveyed my wishes to all the students, but I would also like to share my thoughts on the first question, the first poll, no, of this session. Actually, students have selected reduce air pollution in the 21 most polluted cities. It is never going to be an end process. It is going to continue for quite some time, this pollution issue, because India is getting urbanized, and more and more people from rural areas are moving towards urban areas. So pollution is bound to be there, and pollution management is the only way out. But I would have selected the least voted among the students. That is, monitor, prevent, and control spread of zoonotic and infectious diseases, because this assumes significance because of the COVID pandemic. See, every organism has a microbial load that includes humans also. Every organism has some amount of virus or bacteria in the system to help the system function. And the more you go closer towards a wildlife, there is every possibility that some organism will get transferred to humans, and it will take some time to adjust itself to the human system. So during that process, there will be a lot of loss to life. That is what is happening now. It will take time to stabilize, but this monitoring, preventing, and controlling spread of zoonotic diseases means the diseases due to organisms that gets transferred from other organisms is a very, very important element, particularly in the present scenario. So I would have voted for that thing, but of course, it would not have struck your mind because it is slightly a very complicated topic. So at your level, I also don't expect this. Second point, I am with you. Instill the knowledge, traditional knowledge and conservation, wise use of resources, living in harmony with nature to prevent loss of biodiversity. I am with you on this. There cannot be a better choice. But I would have also given equal importance to conserve our soil microorganisms and microflora and fauna, because they do enormous help for humanity. The only problem is that we are not able to see what they are doing. For example, I tell you, there is an organism called mycorrhiza. If you see a dry area, you may see that it is a very drought affected area, but still the plants will be growing in the area, will be looking green. We don't know from where they get water, because every soil ecosystem, besides the soil particles, every particle has a molecule of water attached to it. And this is the only organism which has been given power by the Almighty to suck that water molecule that is attached to a soil particle, and that gets transferred to a plant. It is a symbiotic organism, symbiotic fungi. So such fungi or bacteria have to be preserved. So what happens is, most of the time unsustainable development, putting a lot of fertilizers, chemicals, kills these type of beneficial organisms. That should be avoided. So I would have given equal importance to what you have selected, but whatever you have selected is also agreeable to me. And the third point is, so very, very important message. Actually, key to biodiversity conservation is to spread the awareness of what is biodiversity, what is the need to conserve biodiversity, how it can be conserved by every section of the society, whether it is a student or whether it is a policymaker, politician, bureaucrat, scientist, or a researcher, or a farmer. I conclude with the farmer because the forest ecosystem is adequately conserved. There is a full-fledged Pakka Forest Department which is taking care of the forest and wildlife management. So by and large, it gets conserved. But what happens is, many of the times, the agriculture ecosystem gets destroyed unknowingly, because to produce a crop, you will have to destroy a lot of organisms in the process. But farmers don't know why I am doing this. For example, if I am growing a paddy or wheat crop, what happens? You put insecticide, you put fungicide, you put nematicide, kill all the organisms. Most of the biodiversity gets destroyed in the agro ecosystem. So that kind of awareness has to be given to different sections of the people. I'm sure that this type of COP is going to give a lot of information in the, I think, the next coming sessions to you guys. And I wish again all the very best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Okay. So can we then close this session, or Dipankar, you have any last words?
No, I think I'm good to go. Agree with some of the comments stated by Mr. Mohan. Yes, every human activity will have some kind of adverse impact on nature. How can we make that adverse or negative impact positive? I think that's where we need to work together. Sustainable approaches which makes negative a positive or mitigate threats. I think those should be the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So Neha, we can, I think, close this and then move on to the next one.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Dipankar, Mr. Justin Mohan. Thank you so much, Vishesh ma'am, for adding those valuable inputs. I would close the session over to Chetna. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our guests. It was an absolute honor to have you here, and your inputs were highly valuable. I was looking at the chat box and our students. It was so nice to see our students deliberating and discussing the results. Absolute, very, very smart leaders we have today with us. Thank you all. Thank you, students. Thank you to our guests. Let's move on to our next session. It's my absolute honor to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Sujit Bajpai, Joint Secretary of MOEF-CC. Dr. Bajpai is in the leadership at the Environmental Impact Assessment and the Swachh Bharat Cell of Government of India. Dr. Bajpai will share his views on how MCOP can contribute towards India developing a strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Dr. Bajpai, over to you. We will follow with only, please write your questions in the chat box only, students. We will take 1 or 2 questions in the end. So over to you.
Has he joined? Because we had asked him to join at 11:30.
Oh, I thought he had joined. That's why I did the introduction.
Vishesh, we can move, no?
Oh,
Vishesh?
yeah. Thank you, Justin. Thank you so much. Okay.
Bye.
I think, guys, you can just stand up and stretch yourself. Dr. Bajpai will join. Okay.
Hello. I am just putting everything together.
Neha, you are. Yeah, please unmute yourself. Mute yourself.
It's before Dr. Bajpai joined. Let's stand up and let's do some stretching, like Vishesh ma'am said. Why don't we let's play a game till he's joining us? Why don't I see you all standing up? It's been quite a few hours since you've been sitting. Come on, everybody, stand up. Actions today. We had our thumbs up and claps today. We had such an amazing judges who were giving you such grateful insights.
I has joined. Okay, Chetna. Yeah, so you can do the stretching and then Dr. We can carry on. Yeah.
Okay, everybody, last stretch. One jump. Everybody jump. Yes, and around, and around. And clap, please clap. Everybody, yes, thank you. I know I could not hear your claps, but let's give our claps and thumbs up in the reactions. So thank you. Now everybody please settle. We have a very, very special guest next on the line. So it's my absolute honor to welcome our next guest speaker, Dr. Sujit Bajpai, the Joint Secretary of MOEFCC. Dr. Bajpai is in the leadership at the Environment Impact Assessment and the Swachh Bharat cell of the Government of India. Dr. Bajpai will be speaking on the topic how MCOP can contribute towards India in developing a strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Dr. Bajpai, our kids are absolutely honored to have you here and they're very excited to hear it for you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me first, fix my this audio and video things because somehow I'm not able to, listen to you properly. Just a second. Give me a moment, please.
Sure, sir. No issues.
Yeah.
I request the kids to write all your questions in the chat box only. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, very clearly, and we can see you as well.
Yeah, great. So, first of all, I want to congratulate you all the children and the teacher on this occasion of International Day of Biodiversity, which we had yesterday. And we have been celebrating, all through the week. And let me thank WWF to come out with this novel initiative of, having a model conference of parties for nature and people. In short, we call it as MCOP. And it's a digital conference on nature conservation for students as well as teachers across India. So this session, as I have been told, it has been designed to talk about how MCOP can contribute towards India developing a strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework. So let me just first talk about this importance of such initiative in realizing our long-term vision of living in harmony with nature, because that's what actually post-2020 framework ultimately aims to achieve. So let me, from my little experience, I can tell you with fair amount of confidence that this is really a big step in the direction of engaging with young minds of the country for an interactive dialogue and deliberations on conserving biodiversity, and launching of such initiative on the occasion of IDB is nothing but icing on the cake. So there cannot be a better day and better opportunity to get the young people of this country begin discussing on the need to protect nature and decide on actions which is needed for the same at local, state and national level. And this was the reason that when Ms. Vishesh approached me for this, I didn't take even a second to say yes to the offer of WWF for this interaction, because all our efforts will be futile if these young minds don't come on board. So this is a unique initiative by WWF-India, and the simulation of international conventions such as CBD is going to provide you, all the young youth, to understand the whole mechanism behind such conventions. It will also allow you to understand the entire decision-making process which goes into it, the various institutions involved, and the mechanism around the CBD meetings, as well as different kinds of rules, regulations, procedures, which are involved in different decisions which we take in CBDs. So it just not does that. It also provides you the overview of the global issues in the negotiations. It's just not about a problem India is facing. Actually, we are talking about global problem. So everybody gets to know about those issues. And as I have been told that it would also provide you with an opportunity to not just learn, but participate and also contribute by proposing targets. So that is something very interesting, targets for state and national level priority areas. And it will also help expand your thinking beyond the classroom, regular classroom teachings, and create opportunities to apply your learning in the real world. That sounds so exciting, doesn't it? So I'm told that WWF has been able to bring together children as well as teachers from all across the states and union territories to be part of this conference. And from class 9 to 12, I'd prefer next time onward you should start enrolling from class 7. And I'm very happy to note that there are people from private as well as Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya and Kendriya Vidyalaya. This is commendable. This is commendable because, see, we are not able to go out of our houses. These children, these are the people who should be always seen outside in the parks and community places, but they are all stuck inside the houses. So this is commendable to connect them during such a bad period, I'll say, for the humanity. So using this kind of digital tools for such kind of events is really going to prove very, very effective. So now allow me to give my perspective, my personal perspective. I'll say it's not an official perspective. There's a personal perspective on the importance of biodiversity. And then I'll talk about how, as a youth of this country and future of the planet, you can contribute to the cause of biodiversity conservation, because this is what ultimately we desire to achieve. So as the theme of this year's celebration suggests that our solutions are in nature, it clearly and amply suggests that biodiversity is the answer to a number of challenges facing humanity, in spite of everything we have, in spite of all the might we have, in spite of all the technologies we have, in spite of all the wealth that we have created over the so many decades of so-called industrial revolution. So when we talk about biodiversity, it's not just flora and fauna, which we see around them through our naked eyes on daily basis. It is actually biodiversity of all types, be it genetic diversity, be it species diversity, be it ecosystem diversity, and on top of everything, I will say it's cultural diversity, which is so very important. So it's not just the foundation of life which we are talking about. Biodiversity and ecosystem services that it sustains are also essential for human connection, well-being, and culture. So it supports the very things that makes our life so meaningful, so beautiful. In other words, it allows us to grow the ingredients we would like for our culturally important meals. It allows us to have variety of dals in our food platter. It allows us to have variety of fruits. Can you imagine a day when you have just only papaya around? Can you imagine a day when you have just mango around? So you'll not enjoy it unless you have a colorful fruit platter. So that is one example of variety on biodiversity. Biodiversity gives you space for celebrations, gives you space for rituals, gives you space for recreation, and then it gives you a space for reflection. Landscape biodiversity, it allows us to enjoy the beaches. It allows us, to enjoy the mountains, deserts. It also inspires us to create music, create art, stories, and everything. So it sustains the natural and cultural connections that ties us together. Every day we have been using hundreds of products every day, but we don't even realize and recognize that what is the source of these products. If you go into the detail, you will find that hundreds of products which we are consuming every day, it's coming from the biodiversity around us. And then people who are preparing it, their lives and livelihoods, are linked with this biodiversity. Hundreds, thousands, millions of people working in different sectors of forestry, agriculture, tourism, pharmaceutical. All they are somehow linked with the biodiversity. So basically, if you call it in one line, it's the richness of life and human survival. And our life is intimately tied up with the existence of this biodiversity. And the current crisis, which everyone is facing all over the world, is just a testimony to that how closely we are linked to the nature. But the reason behind is everyone knows now just one virus which somehow got found its way from animals to human beings, you know. So when it entered, we were very powerful. We humans are supposed to be the most powerful species on the planet, but it caught us so unaware that we have no answer to it. We have no answer to it, and there is a broad consensus now among the scientists across the globe that these kind of diseases, which we call them zoonotic diseases, when they transmit from animal to human being, so these kind of zoonotic diseases are closely linked with the loss of biodiversity in forest. So you can imagine the power of nature, that even the so-called developed countries till date do not have any immediate solution to this problem. Some of the researchers have shown that the fatality rate is higher in the areas where pollution was high. Some shows men are more vulnerable than women. Some says adults more than 65 years and children less than 12 years, they are more vulnerable. You know, there are so many other studies going on around the world to understand the cause, reason, and solutions as well. But the sum and substance of the entire discussion that we do not have immediate solution to this. And that is why the old adage still holds true, which is prevention is better than cure. So prevention of what? Prevention of reasons which cause this, prevention of reasons which have caused many such diseases in the past, and prevention of reasons which may cause many such diseases in the future. So now let me come to the main point, that how you as a youth can play a big role and contribute to this prevention. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in 2019 said, that my generation has largely failed until now to preserve both justice in the world and to preserve the planet. It is your generation that must make us be accountable to make sure that we don't betray the future of humankind. So I'm sure you must be aware, I don't need to tell you that, you must be aware that we already have an official group for youth in the negotiations under the CBD, which is called the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. It is an interconnected and interdisciplinary network of young people from every region of the world who share a common goal: to prevent and halt the loss of biodiversity. They are committed, a lot of youth like you, who are committed to bring the opinions and positions of young people into the political process, empowering young people to take action. And this group, you'll be happy to know, that is duly recognized and supported by CBD Secretariat. And it seeks to inspire global youth and future leaders to work for the sustainable use and conservation of biodiversity in order to ensure a healthy global environment and enduring societies. You'll also be happy to know that India, as a member of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network Interim Steering Committee, which composed of 16 members from 13 countries, actually supported the formation of the GYBN. So, I mean, we have a history of supporting this kind of youth movement. We have always been there. And nearly 35% of now India population, you see now the future. So 35% of our population is youth. So you have a right, and you certainly deserve a better planet for a good quality of life. Historically, We have seen that youth-led movements have contributed significantly to the nature protection in India and around the world. The recent youth action for climate led by Greta Thunberg is a good example of the movement, good example of the momentum that youth can generate. I'm sure you must be aware that she is just a teenage activist who has become the face of the youth climate movement. In the summer of 2018, she started sitting outside the Swedish parliament every Friday as part of a climate strike. On September 2029, Thunberg led the largest climate strike in the history. So this is the power of youth. This is the power of the youth. When youth speak, people listen. People will pause, stop, and listen to you. So this is just one example. There are several other examples from history which would prove the power of the youth. You are always one generation, no, new generation, younger generation. You are tech savvy. You are Z generation. You are able to organize very efficiently, effectively using technology through social media. You can sensitize people in no time. So such quick action in this kind of urgency is what actually we require from you. So my message to all of you, that as an Indian, we have always revered nature. Your traditions will tell you, your grandparents will tell you, we have always revered the nature, and nature conservation is in our ethos. We always call earth as Mother Earth. Even in our folklore, even we call in our histories called Chanda Mama, Suraj Baba, and so on. We worship many kinds of trees, such as banyan tree, tulsi, etc. Our cultural practices are intimately linked to various forms of nature, right from river to forest to mountains to sea and whatnot. We even celebrate crop harvesting, and that is why, in spite of only 2.4% of the land, global land, and with 18% of the population, we have 7 to 8% of globally recorded species. But that's not enough. Our Honorable Minister of Environment and Forest Climate Change yesterday said that India could be leader in biodiversity conservation, and we are ready to share our best practices to the world. I feel that our youth could be that messenger, those messenger to take our ethos, to take our culture of biodiversity conservation to everyone in the world. And as charity begins at home, I would urge you all to begin the movement at home and take this message of biodiversity conservation to every corner of the country and make India a true leader in biodiversity conservation. I wish you all success for this first ever digital MCOP and for every endeavor you undertake in future, with a prayer that we come out of this menace, COVID menace at the earliest. I end my talk here. God bless and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bajpai.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bajpai. Your talk was absolutely inspiring, and it was great to hear you. We have a few questions in the chat. There are 3-4 questions that came from Bihar, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, and they have the same essence. So I will read out the Bihar question for you. It says, sir, the crisis has led to a huge economic loss. So accordingly, it would need to come up with different solutions to ensure that after this lockdown, when people would be in a race to boost economic growth, we need to keep in mind that we do not degrade nature enormously. So how differently the plan should be made or a solution should be drafted?
Now, very good question, actually. I mean, this is the question which everybody is talking about. Yesterday, I was having discussion with CII, and this was the question actually I tossed to them. I mean, we need to now think about our strategy. We have been talking about sustainable development. We need to now talk about sustainable future. Sustainable development is not a sustainable future. We have to talk about sustainable future. all the sustainable development which we have been doing, so-called, it everything failed. So now we have to talk about sustainable future. Every development which which leads to achievement of sustainable development goals, unless we do that, we will not be able to achieve a sustainable future. So whatever we plan, we have to see that our plan of development is going to achieve one or two or three of the goals of sustainable development, how it is going to contribute to those SDGs. Unless we do that, we will not be able to achieve what we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just one last question before we end. Sia from Tripura says, but when you spoke about Greta, she says that even Greta Thunberg faced difficulties in the beginning too, as the society did not take her seriously because she was just a kid. Do you think that the mindset of the society makes it difficult for the youth to bring about a change? Do you think that this is the reason that the youth is a bit hesitant before gathering the courage to speak up?
Yeah, you said the right thing, that she faced problem initially, but she succeeded. You have to see the end result. So end result was that she had that commitment, she had that conviction, and she succeeded. So you got to have that conviction that all the youth, that whatever you are going to do or what you are demanding, it is for the reason, for the good cause, for the survival of the planet. Once you are convinced, nobody can, nobody can refuse to listen to you. So that conviction has to come from you. Then you will turn out to be another Greta Thunberg.
Thank you. I hope your talk has inspired a lot of more Greta Thunbergs in our session today, and a very, very inspiring session with you, Dr. Bajpai. It was an honor to have you here. And thank you for listening to the questions and the chats from the children. They are absolutely applauding. Can we have some nice reactions of thumbs up and claps for Dr. Bajpai here? So we can't hear all of the students here, but you can actually see their reactions on the Zoom. So thank you, sir.
You can see the smile on my face. This connecting with children, it brings so much of smile and peace to your heart. I mean, I'm so happy and so thankful to the WWF for giving me this opportunity to connect with you people. And God bless them. You do whatever you want to do. You enjoy your life, and please, please, please come out, come forward in conservation of nature, and we will be with you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bajpai. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our next session, which will be a break. So we are going on a little break till 12:50. Everybody, you get a little chance to stretch up. The YouTube audience, I know you have been sitting since morning, so please stretch up a little, have a water break. We will be back at 12:50. Thank you.
Chetna, that's 12:15, right?
Yeah, 12:15.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Plastic production this year is expected to be more than 300 million tonnes. Almost every piece of plastic ever made is still on the planet in some form or another, coating our land and our oceans like a disease.
Absolutely no doubt this bird died as a result of that plastic.
There is no away that you can put things and expect that they're really away. The whole planet is where we live.
Is wonderful because it's durable, and plastic is terrible because it is durable. Almost every piece of plastic ever made is still on the planet in some form or another. Plastic production globally this year is expected to be more than 300 million tonnes, half of which we'll use just once and then throw away. By 2050, when the population explodes to almost 10 billion people, it's expected that plastic production will triple. The problem with that is that today only a fraction of the plastic that we produce is recycled. The rest ends up in our environment, and it's coating our land and our oceans like a disease. Garbage thrown away in the United States can make its way to Antarctica. Plastic in our coastal waters is pulled into the centre of massive wind-driven, churning circular gyres. There are many other ocean currents also diverting the trash all around the surface of the ocean. In reality, it's just one ocean with no boundaries. Lord Howe Island is a World Heritage Site and home to migratory seabirds like the shearwater. Seabirds are incredibly helpful because they act like an army of scientists. They travel thousands of miles across the ocean. They pick up plastic off the surface of the ocean. They bring it back to their rookeries where they feed it to their chicks. And that provides an incredible amount of scientific data in terms of where the plastic comes from, its distribution, and how it breaks up on the ocean surface. Dr. Jennifer Lavers, she's devoted her life to studying the plight of seabirds. Shearwaters are incredible birds. They migrate thousands of miles, stopping only here to breed.
Yeah, the stomach is very, very full. And if we look here, there's some very dark pieces, some very light white pieces. And if you see, you know, as I push on this, it's absolutely rigid, completely full of plastic all the way up.
Oh, look at that.
Absolutely no doubt that this bird died as a result of that plastic. That is literally a gut full of plastic. It's quite alarming, isn't it?
Oh, that's awful.
Range of plastic types and colours. We've got everything from the blues and the reds
His
to the
stomach's just filled with it. Big pieces too.
big sharp
heavy
pieces.
Oh wow, look at the size of that big black piece.
That is an enormous piece of plastic.
Unbelievable. Look at the size of that. Jen, I counted 234 pieces of plastic out of that one bird. Is that a record?
Not even close, unfortunately. So for this species, the record is 276 pieces of plastic inside of one 90-day-old chick. And that plastic, when we weighed it out, accounted for 15% of that bird's body mass. So that's a pretty scary statistic. If we translate that into human terms, it gets even worse. That would be equivalent to you and I having somewhere around 6 or 8 kilos of plastic inside of your stomach. It's equivalent to about 12 pizzas worth of food inside of your stomach. Quite a bit of plastic for just one little bird. The parents were trying to do the right thing. There's a lot of squid beaks in here, and this purple colour is evidence of the squid ink. It's just a shame that every now and then they got it wrong and got it wrong in a bad way. Really is quite an overwhelming thing. I do have some pretty rough days, have to go home and really wrap my mind around where do we go from here.
As a Pacific Islander, I know that the ocean is in deep trouble. The very authoritative prediction shows that by the year 2050, there'll be as much plastic as there is fish in the ocean by weight. Every country uses plastic. We need to start rationalizing that. We need to think about reuse of plastic, single-use plastic. It's got to be on its way out. And you know, plastic shopping bags are a good example of that. Your family does not need to use them. Take a cloth bag with you when you go shopping and put your shopping in that. There's an equivalent of a large garbage truck every minute of every day backing up to the ocean and just dumping plastic into it. We really have to look at ourselves and say, do we deserve this beautiful ocean that was given to us?
Is everyone back?
Yes, Vishesh, everybody is here.
Okay. So basically, I think guys, you all have done your polling well. We've also looked at the chat and we have added one or two goals which you all felt very strongly about. So I think Prashant, are you sharing? Will quickly share what has been selected as the priorities for 2022. Okay, till 2022, at least, that what we urgently need to work on, right? So, oh, Prashant is on mute. So someone has to unmute him, or I can then maybe otherwise, Neha, if you're sharing, I'll then just read them through. And it is not that the other priority areas are going off the list. They are very much there. They will be part of your whole, whatever you all have decided and discussed and the declaration in the end. But right now, we need to focus on these 12 priorities which you all have decided upon.
Vishesh, how many targets do we have to come up with?
Thinking that if you all can just come up with 3 targets under each of these priorities, yeah.
Okay.
These have been divided into 2 slides because it is not fitting.
That's fine.
So yeah, this is the second.
This one, just let it be on top. The first. So what we've done is we've clubbed the 2 water goals into one, which was about restoring wetlands, including important rivers. Nationally important rivers. So we put it as one because there was a lot of discussions in the chat that water is necessary, but we will have similar targets under it and things like that. Can everyone hear me? I hope so. The second one was the whole ground for water, which was I think it was, that is what got the highest poll. And the third one is about the third one on goal A was about natural forests, because I think a lot of people on the chat said that forests are equally important, and without forests we can't really conserve our water, or we can't really have groundwater recharge. So that's why we brought the forest back. Can you go to the next slide, Neha?
Yes. Just one moment, ma'am. I'm working parallelly, so yeah.
Yeah, and I think the last one which was picked up was the species goal, because if you're talking of ecosystems, you also need to not just conserve habitats, but you also need to conserve species, right? So that is why the species goal also has come in here. Similarly, for goal B, you all have selected the eliminate single-use plastics. You have looked at implementing modern sustainable agricultural methods, which is, I think, a very important goal. You have talked of promoting green energy production. So these were your 3 goals for the goal B, which was about how do you reduce your footprint, how do you make your consumption or your production most efficient. Yeah. Then in goal C, which was about benefits of nature and how we can make sure that the nature stays healthy so that we get those benefits. Yeah, there was this whole thing about reduce air pollution. It was talking about instill people traditional knowledge of conservation, the whole sustainable lifestyle. Then the fourth one was eliminate invasive exotic species. Bache, next slide.
These are the only 2 slides. So these are 12.
The second slide.
Do you want me to go to the previous?
Second, this one. No. You were in this. You need to go to the other one, the next one. Yeah. So and again, there was a lot of discussion on the chat on genetic erosion of agrobiodiversity. So we have brought it back here. And of course, you all had voted very highly on having active participation of village bodies and village bodies.
Can you please keep to that slide?
Oh, acha, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is what you all have. That's
Again,
okay.
Neha, can you bring it to the next slide?
It's on the previous slide.
No, it's not.
Now, stop, Neha.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So for spreading awareness on biodiversity conservation, I think that's a very crucial aspect. I know there are a few other burning things which we have not managed to do it, but I think even if we have this set of 12 priorities, if you look at this, even if we manage to do these for the next 2 years, it is a big achievement for us. So let's focus on very narrow down our focus, and let's just kind of make sure that this happens on the ground, at your village level, at your city level, at your state level, as well as at national level, right? So that's what we are talking of. I hope everyone is okay with it. Does anyone has very serious problems, then only please write something on the chat. If everyone is more or less okay and happy, then I think we should stick to these and go ahead with these. Yes? Is anyone on the chat very upset or unhappy? I don't see that. So I guess we have a consensus, right? You remember what Dr. Mathur said? Until everyone agrees, nothing is agreed. So I'm very happy that all of you have agreed to this. So now what we will do is what we did on the pre-COP. We will again break into groups. These groups will not be state-wise, they will be random groups, and you will be giving one priority. So for one of these priorities or sub goals, if I can call them now, you will have to make 3 targets. Now, guys, please be careful. You have seen how we have improved the language of the priority areas. Now you all have experience. I want the targets to be smart. Okay, they do not need to be a paragraph. They do not need to be an explanation. They do not need to be a solution. They need to be targets. So by 2022, whatever is the target. Okay, so under each priority, once you all go into subgroups, you all will work independently. You all are now delegates with experience. You have done one round. This is the final round. So all of you are supposed to, there will be, I think, 7 to 8 people in a group. Please work together. Please come up with smart, sharp targets. Okay, is that okay? Anyone wants any clarification? Vidya, will you jump in?
Praveer, I think so, wanted to say something also.
Okay, whoever.
No, I didn't have to say anything.
Okay, fine. Neha, also please guide the children on how the grouping will happen and who are the spokespeople on each of the...
Yes, Radhika ma'am. So the grouping will begin in some time, and there are going to be 12 groups, and every group is going to have already a name of a leader who will be presenting. So of course that person will have to be very clued on to the discussions which are happening. There will be facilitators coming in the groups to kind of guide you and help you out with. Meanwhile, I think so Ashish and Sulagna are handling the grouping. They will begin the grouping work now.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good afternoon to everyone. We will be giving you into your broadcast rooms in another 2 minutes. So please bear with us till then. Thank you.
Neha, we have another question, that how will we know what our priority areas are? It'll be there
on
a sheet.
The sheet. When they go to the sheet,
okay.
It is written on the sheet. And
where is the sheet, Neha? Where is the sheet?
I am sharing the link of the sheet with them. I think so. I will share it with them. They will come. So I think so. Just one moment, ma'am.
Share it on the chat also. They can open it, no?
Yes. Not right now, ma'am. Not right now. I will just kind of take them through it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So Praveer, Dipankar, Mervin, Vidya, Suchismita, everyone has joined.
Yeah. So I am going to take them through the Excel right now.
Okay.
So I am still kind of putting the priority areas on the list. This is going to NPA 2020 National Priority Areas 2022 is the index sheet. So you will be given group number 1, 2, 3, 4. So whatever is your group number, accordingly, you are going to come over here I am going to write the group number over here. So it is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's how it will be. So when you come over here, your group number will be mentioned over here, and you will accordingly go to the sheet. Is that fine? If there are any questions, can...
Also, Neha, how much time do we have for this?
We have only 15 minutes and they have to draft only 3 targets.
Okay.
15, so it's very...
Yeah.
Should we make it 2 targets then?
We can make it 2 targets if that
happens. 15 minutes is too small. Abhi tak the kids haven't gone into groups also. Why don't you put them in groups so that at least they start discussing on Acha, but they don't know that.
They are beginning with the group formations.
Okay.
We're ready to broadcast the rooms.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
We're broadcasting in 3, 2, 1. And please accept the invite for everyone to go out into your rooms.
Ashish, we had not.
Yes, 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 I understand. Just
Okay,
be
that's
relaxed,
back.
everyone.
Yeah.
We are rescheduling you into your rooms again. In
Okay.
3, 2,
2, 1.
1. Yes, yes, yes. Hi. Okay, then.
Who's in the main session now? Ashish?
Ashish. Yes, ma'am.
I want to go to group 1 because I want to go from 1 to group because I have a feeling at the same goals. So there
Okay,
was
ma'am. You're in which
two
group,
goals
ma'am?
with group 4 written. So select
I
one.
right away, ma'am. Please accept it, and you will go to group 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't got the invite as yet.
Ma'am, just quickly rejoin if that's possible from your end.
Rejoin what? I'm
The
not
meeting.
getting any message. I am already in the meeting.
If you could just log out and come back in, yeah, that will be helpful.
Ashish, team 2 now. Yeah.
Right
Ashish.
away. Yes, ma'am. Got it. Right away. Okay. You'll get another message right away, ma'am. Please join that.
Okay, one is wetlands.
Ma'am, you've been shifted to team 2. Please accept the invite.
Yeah. Ashish, team 3.
Right away. Please accept.
Yeah. So this session is till 1:15 now, right?
Yes, I think we can increase it to 1:15. It will end by 1:07 as of now.
Ashish, now team 4 I know, team 5 mein dalo.
Okay. I hope team 3 is on track as per right now.
Team 3 is on species goal. I can't see the
Super.
forest goal right now. So I need to see who's doing it.
Okay,
Number
team 5.
5 mein dalo.
Yes, in 3, 2. Ma'am, I have sent you the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Dear YouTube viewers, we are in the procedure of making our target groups by in different break rooms. We will resume at 2 o'clock precisely. You can, in that meantime, go ahead, have your lunch, stretch, and then come back and join us at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Ashish, I need to go back to team 4.
Right away. Please accept it.
Yeah. Okay.
To our YouTube viewers, we are in procedure of discussion group. We request you to come back at 2 o'clock. At the moment, in the break rooms, the discussions are going on and we will resume at 2 o'clock. So have your lunch break till then and see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Team 6, Team 6.
Yes, ma'am. अभी आप कौन से में थे?
नो अभी 4 में थी, मेरे को 6 में डालो.
राइट अवे. आ गया होगा मैम. Yes, ma'am. Which one, ma'am?
7.
7. Is that correct?
7, yeah. SEVEN 7.
Yes, ma'am. Right away.
उसके बाद I'll go to 8, huh?
Got it. Just come back.
No, 7, no, 8 now.
Yes, ma'am. Eight is almost done. Shall I reassign you to 9?
7, 8 में कोई भी नहीं है? Ashish, there's no one in group 8?
No, ma'am, they've completed that thing, so all of them have moved out. So I
Okay,
will
so
be
अच्छा,
putting you
then
in.
10, 11, 12 में कोई है तो दो मेरे को.
Yes. Is 30 seconds enough for you, or and then I'll automatically keep on changing?
Yeah. Do that.
Super.
Okay.
Going to 10. Please accept it. I have sent you.
Ashish, next.
Yes, ma'am.
I was in 10,
11.
no? Now I need to go to 11.
I'm putting you in 12 for the moment, and I'll change you in 11. 11 has also done most
Yeah,
of
that's
the work.
okay. Just put me in 12. बच्चे अभी 10 ही नजर आ रहा है.
Yeah.
Yeah.
हाँ भाई. हेलो. अभी
after this is a break right now, no? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I have to confirm it, though.
So Ambreen is in this. So I wanted to know who's putting everything in an Excel sheet for this. ये सारे target setting, ये सारे Excel sheet से निकाल के एक Word document में कौन डाल रहा है?
Neha and Prashant.
Neha and
Radhika
Prashant
ma'am.
managing a group also, na?
I hope this is not live, Ashish. Ashish, this is not live.
This is live.
Okay, then we'll discuss it later.
Yeah, I think so. Let's have a call with Neha and Prashant.
Yeah, okay, chalo. So, except two groups, I've kind of looked at all groups, okay? Chalo.
Do you want to see those other groups, Vishesh?
So, I have gone through all groups. So, basically, group 4 and group 5 were working on the same targets. I mean, the same targets. So, I told group 4 to go back to forest. So, I don't know what they've done. Rest everyone except the invasives and one more, which I think 8 and 11 had finished. 8 had finished, I think, which I'm assuming is invasive.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's good. So I guess it's okay. We can just consolidate it when they have a break. Okay? Yeah?
Okay. Bye bye.
Chalo.
Dear all delegates, you can also have your break till 2 o'clock, and we'll see you then. Chetna, all our participants have been rejoined.
I think from my group they have joined. We have 92. I think we had another, I think around 90, 100, 108. So let's wait for 30 seconds more.
Okay.
Okay, so my group has joined as well. Group 11.
Dear delegates, thank you so much for all that you've been part of. Now we have a lunch break till 2 o'clock. That is 1400 hours. And you can go back, take a relax, and then come back and join us at 2 p.m. Thank you all.
Also, children, we will see you at, as Ashish said, we will see you at 2, have a good lunch break, and we will then start with the negotiation and presentation of our targets. See you at 2, have a good lunch break. Bye.
Hello all. We'll be starting just in another 3-4 minutes. We have had a really racing session coming up with our priority areas and targets. It's been action packed. Do I have Mr. Bala and Kartikeya online? Yeah, okay, Kartikeya, you're here. So we'll just be beginning and give us just another 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all. We've had some slight technical issues. So to begin the session, I would like to invite the eminent jury members with us. Today we have with us Mr. Dr. Bala Pisupati, Chairman, Fledge and Regional Vice Chair, IUC and CEC, South and Southeast Asia. Sir has already been introduced in the morning. Sir, it was a pleasure listening to you, and post that, listening to Miss Elizabeth. We also have with us Mr. Kartikeya Sarabhai, Founder and Director, CEE. He is Founder and Director of CEE, and is one of the world's leading environmental educators. He is a dedicated community builder. He was awarded the Padma Shri, India's 4th highest civilian award. We also have with us Ma'am Chantal from Convention of Biological Diversity. A very warm welcome to our dignitaries. To give you a little update on what has been going on for past couple of days, we have been simulating the model conference of parties, and we have student representation from every state across the country and every union territory. They have been discussing various state level and national priority areas. They have been working a lot on state level during the training sessions. And for past 2 days, they have been totally looking at the national level priority areas. This is a very promising group of students that we have from all over the country. And since morning, they have been, looking at the national level priorities. These students had contributed over 180 national priority areas that we have sort of discussed. There were few common points which we have been able to club together. And now we have 49 national priority areas which have been brought down to 12, on which students have set the targets. So it's been a very good exercise, in the sense that students have been really thinking, doing a lot of research and coming up with the priorities. Please allow me to share my screen so that I can move the session forward. So in the past, just one moment, please. Yeah. So what they started out with was, the vision, understanding the vision of Convention of Biological Diversity. It was launched yesterday on the International Day of Biological Diversity, and that's when they kind of drew inspiration. And there were 3 proposed goals for 2030. As you can see the goals on the screen, the first goal focuses on preserving the ecosystems by 2030. What are the priority areas under these goals is something that students sort of delved into. Half the footprint production and consumption by 2030, and the last one is healthy natural ecosystems to provide benefits to all. So these were the 3 guiding lights for us to sort of head in a direction. Our students came up with So there was voting that took place. These were the priority areas that were proposed by our students. As you can see on this screen, there is a range of priority areas that the students proposed under this particular goal, from preserving coral reefs, because India has a long coastline, to looking at protecting the keystone species of the country. They have sort of picked up species that need to be preserved from all parts of the country. They have also talked about increasing the national forest area as prescribed by the national forest policy of 33% of the forest cover. They have covered a very big ground, talking about the issues of water stress, and the water related ecosystems getting very badly impacted. Post this, the students, there was a polling that all the delegates participated in, and from this we identified 6 priority areas on which the students have set out the targets under goal A. We are going to be presenting those to you. Under goal B, they came out with 17 priority areas where they sort of talked about zero garbage, green energy, e-mobility, plastic waste. So there were multiple issues that were discussed by the students under this. Again, polling, they picked up 3 priority areas under this that they will be working on till 2022. We realized that the students have invested a lot of effort and a lot of research has gone into it. A lot of direction was given to them, and the kind of priority areas that they have proposed are wide ranging and must be addressed. So given the fact that it is not possible for us to address everything immediately, we are focusing on the priority areas that we will be working on till the year 2022. So that is the whole idea behind that. These are the goals under the priority areas under goal C. You can see again a range of priority areas, from agrobiodiversity to pollution to sustainable agriculture, converting barren lands into biodiversity parks. So there was a range of issues, and you can see the depth of thought that has gone into it when the kids are talking about eliminating invasive exotic species that we are all familiar with. So these were the 100. These were nearly 49 priority areas that we identified, which were very unique. And out of those, students sort of came up with, under each goal, there was a polling, there was a consensus building exercise under which these are the 12 priority areas that everyone has agreed to set out the targets for, which they are going to be presenting to you. As you can see over here, there are 4 under goal A, 3 under goal B, and 5 under goal C. So I am going to invite our student delegates to present the work that they have done. Each student has 2 minutes to speak, and then we will have inputs from the jury members on the kind of targets that they have drafted. Please allow me to share the screen, and I will invite the groups one by one to present. Yes. So can I have Aranyika from Uttar Pradesh to please come forward and present her targets? This is under goal A. And the goal A is no loss of fresh water, marine and terrestrial ecosystems by 2030. Their priority area is conserve and restore wetlands, including nationally important rivers and high altitude wetlands. Over to Aranyika.
Am I audible?
Yes, please.
So our first target under this is 40 to 45% of wetlands to be conserved by promoting public awareness and prompting action through government and NGO action by 2020. Our second target under this is by 2022, the pollution load in wetlands to be reduced by 40% through treating waste from the industries, with fines and penalties being imposed on the industries and factories that fail to do so. Our third target is by 2022, restore 50% of the wetlands that have been degraded due to the presence of invasive species construction, illegal activities such as mining, encroachment, etc., by promoting native plantation and ensuring that the protections that are already in place are enforced properly.
Yeah, so jury members, I would also like to bring to your notice that students have done a lot of work in understanding how to draft a SMART target. So I would invite your suggestions and feedback on this. May I request Dr. Balakrishnan to start, please?
Thank you very much. And first of all, congratulations. Because both me and Elizabeth were discussing after we left the meeting in the morning, and we stayed back for the first slide when you were showing the goals in the morning, and goals, and also the voting started in terms of the different targets you have had. One thing which really surprised us was how much you actually have covered in the process of not just learning about how to do a COP, but also on the technicalities of the issue. I think what's important in these kinds of events is not so much to get it correct. None of us get it correct ever, but is to actually understand the process, understand the priorities, how the global ones link to national ones, and how the national ones link to local ones, the responsibilities, and all that kind of a thing. What I'll do is that I'll sort of quickly provide you some overview remarks, and then I'll mention a few elements which actually are important as and when you do these kinds of drafting in the future. Okay.
Sure, sir.
And of course, I'm just doing it because I'm closely associated with a lot of these target setting for almost the last 25 years. So, but one thing I should say is that how you were able to do the voting, because unfortunately in the convention biodiversity, there is no voting. Except of the biodiversity conventions we have. I'm sure you have heard about several biodiversity conventions. The Convention on Biodiversity is one. We have Convention on Migratory Species. We have Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. We have the Convention on Wetlands called the Ramsar Convention. We have the International Treaty. So there are, as I mentioned in my pre-workshop session, we are talking of dozens of biodiversity related conventions. But there is only one convention in the entire biodiversity cluster that actually uses voting for making the decision, and that is CITES. So CITES is the only convention that looks at voting. So when I heard you actually were taking into voting some of those priorities, I said it would have been a little nicer for CBD also to have it, because we could have saved a lot of time. But all the other conventions make decisions on consensus. So which means that a lot of time is spent. If, for example, if somebody is going to be given those 4 points, 5 points, the goal, the priority area, and the 3 targets that you have indicated on the screen, in a very typical actual COP kind of a setting, even though a lot of preparatory work happens before COP, I am sure that this will take at least a week for the delegates to agree on those 5 points.
I'm sure, sir.
The reason for that is that every bit of it, whether it is a goal or a priority or the target, has to meet the interests and needs of every single party who is in that particular meeting, and also the interests of various stakeholder groups. Remember, the interest of private sector is going to be different. The interest of a non-governmental organization is going to be different. The interests of individual sector specialists are going to be different. So you are talking about a very enormous and a lengthy process. So what normally happens in a very typical COP setup is that we spend a lot of time on what we call as wordsmithing. So you just play around the words, and I'll give you a couple of examples, even looking at the wordings that you have put, what normally happens in a negotiation. But generally, not just related to this target or this goal, but also otherwise, is that any of the outcome of any COP, whether it is climate change COP or the discussions in Health Assembly or the WTO meeting or whatever, we always use a golden rule that each one of the negotiator will have in mind when they start entering the hall. And that rule is, in any negotiation, nobody is going to get everything they need, but everyone will get something. And that is where the consensus is really, really going to be helpful. So I'll just quickly reflect because we have got a little bit more of goals, and I'll, depending on time available, I'll get into a little bit more of a detail to give you a background of the feel of how a COP will look like. First, let us look at the goal in terms of the language. You say no loss of freshwater, marine and terrestrial ecosystem by 2030. Very ambitious goals. Remember, a lot of people look for very ambitious goals. They want the ambition to be very, very high. The reason being that even if you're not able to achieve no loss, even if you're able to achieve 20% loss, 50% loss by the target time, we still have achieved something rather than setting the bar low. But there are a lot of people, including myself, who say that, look, it's fine, you can set a goal as lofty as 2030. But my preference is just look back on what you have done in the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, we have had goals on freshwater, marine and terrestrial ecosystems. And we still are saying that, sorry, we are still not able to meet the targets. We are still not able to meet the goals. So what is required in this kind of situation is to have a balance between the ambition and what is the reality on the ground. Because for a person who is not a part of the process, the first thing you're going to look at somebody in 2030. And when we say that, look, we have had a goal in 2020 to say that no loss, everything has to be stopped. But unfortunately, we could not do it for various reasons. The first signal that goes out as a communication perspective is that, oh, so which means you have failed. So that is why a lot of people are very cautious when they are using certain words to say that, is it possible for us to look at no loss in 9 years from now? So one option for you to think of is that perfectly fine, no loss. But remember, your overarching goal when you started was 2050, which is also the goal for the convention. The convention's vision is for 2050. It is only targets and the goals that are set once in 10 years from 2011 onwards. So my first comment is, in terms of the goal, brilliant goal, but in terms of the timeline, there is a little bit of an impracticality. So one option for you to consider is look at that goal in the context of 2050 because you still have time, but then have another goal corresponding to that which is achievable by 2030. So that your ambition is not lost, but you also showcase some level of sensitivity to the point that you actually are serious about achieving something. Okay, I'm just making all of these comments, not criticizing or not finding fault with what you said. I'm just trying to ensure that you understand the dynamics of how some of these things are understood, both by people who sit at these COPs as well as people outside. The second point is that, remember, in any multilateral process, whether it is WTO or General Assembly of the UN or the conventions or whatever, decisions are made at the global level, but the responsibility to implement the decisions are at the national level. So tomorrow, if there is a goal that is adopted at the global level and you are not able to implement it at the national level, then you are held accountable or responsible. And remember, as I said before, these are legally binding conventions. Nobody is going to put you in jail, but then you will have ramifications in terms of getting very embarrassed in front of others. So that is why the national priority areas, when you're setting, you actually refer it back to the overall target that is set at the global level, or the goal that is set at the global level. Your goal at the global level and your national targets need to link with each other. And the reason why they need to link is that that is the only way we can look at progress made by all the 196 countries. But at the same time, remember the 196 countries, and in your terminology, you are going to have these targets that are going to be at the state level. And let us assume that we have 28 states in this grouping, and each one of them does a different thing. How is it you are going to assess the progress that is being made to achieve the target? And that is why there should be actually enough flexibility for countries to set their national priorities, because each country's position is different, but they also need to come together. So you say conserve and restore wetlands, including nationally important rivers and high altitude wetlands. A brilliant priority area, very sort of nicely done. But then your targets are saying 45% of wetlands to be conserved by promoting public awareness through government and NGOs. And then you go to say 22, pollution load is reduced to 40%, and 2022, restore 50% by degradation. So what is very important when you're setting a target are two things. One, you have to set a target using a baseline. When you say 40 to 45% of wetland is conserved, compared to which year? Is it 1864? Is it 1942? Is it 2018? Is it 2020? So it is very important that you also try to have that at the back of your mind, saying that 40 to 45% of wetlands are conserved by 2022 using 2005 as a baseline, 2000 as a baseline, 1995 as a baseline, so that people who read it in the absence of participating in the discussion will be a little bit more clear. The second part of it is that how comprehensive your targets are, because what is your priority area? Conserve and restore. So your first part of the target, A 1.1, speaks about conservation. The second point talks about pollution, and the third point talks about restoration, which is all perfectly fine. But when you're looking at pollution load, that is only one of the stresses wetlands have. So what about the other stresses that are impacting wetlands globally or nationally also? So it's useful to have a reflection on that as and when you set a target. And most importantly, the last point I'd like to make is that, remember, you should also know how do you measure the progress towards a target. You can say that I need to protect, or I need to conserve, or we need to have biodiversity on the moon. But then how do you measure whether you're going to have it or not? So one of the very important things that people, when they are setting the targets, also have at the back of their minds, a lot of discussion happens, is a set of indicators. So unless you have a set of indicators that is going to be put in place for each of the target, you will not know how much you are progressing towards achieving the target. So you should have your target, you should have your priority linked to the global goal. The global has to be ambitious but practical, and your target should link to the priority area. And remember, target setting need to also be considering the kind of indicators you will have. And you can have only indicators if you have the data. So you cannot have indicators without data. Today, the entire Sustainable Development Goals is going through a major problem, because a lot of those targets that are set under the goals do not have much of indicators with reliable data, especially for environment. So I'll stop there at the point, and then we'll go back later.
Yeah, Dr. Bala, I think so. We have another 11 groups to present. Thank you so much for all these things. And I think so this team is missing indicators. So they can definitely work on this. I think, Neha, we should move to the next one.
Yeah.
And Kartike, maybe you take the next one.
Yeah, sure.
And that comes, yeah.
And also, all the inputs given by Dr. Balakrishnan will be helpful for all the other groups. So I hope everyone's taking notes. So I'm moving on to the next group. Yeah. So moving on to the next group, I don't have the name of the presenter. This is National Priority Area, promote groundwater conservation and effective recharge of aquifers to prevent water crisis. Can I have the presenter please come forward? This was group number 2.
Shuffle has to be muted.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
A very good afternoon. A very good afternoon to everyone present.
Yes, Safal, please go ahead.
A very good afternoon to everyone present. May I speak? May I go ahead
Yes,
with my
please.
presentation? Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. Well, the first target that me and my team we came up with is that by 2022, the groundwater depletion rate should be reduced by 30% with the introduction of various sustainable rainwater harvesting measures. Well, groundwater is the largest liquid resource of fresh water which we have on our planet, which puts an emphasis on the importance of conserving and saving this resource. Well, the depletion rate of India is about 60 centimeters per year, which is roughly 2 feet. So now to solve this problem, we have certain suggestions. We suggest the introduction of sustainable urban settlements along with permanent green areas so as to allow the water to seep through. We have a cost-effective water harvesting systems in every home can be introduced, and in case of funding problem, what we suggest is that the government they introduce a collective community rainwater harvesting system in localities for urban settlements so that in case of need people can directly use that water harvesting system and it will be cost effective and the benefits can be shared by many people because in a very practical world it just doesn't make sense for people to spend money on building rainwater harvesting systems in their home, so the government can rather make a collective rainwater harvesting system for the people to use. The second point, the second target that we presented is that by 2022 the damage dealt by chemical intensive agriculture to the natural aquifers is controlled by at least 20%. You see, chemical intensive agriculture, as the name suggests, it uses an extensive amount of pesticides and fertilizers for increasing the crop yield. Well, this not only deteriorates the soil ecosystem, but the chemicals, along with heavy metals, with the likes of those such as cadmium, mercury,
Okay, Kartike. Yeah.
Shall I talk? I think is finished. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. Safal's network was not great, but you can see the targets on the screen, so you can give your input.
I can. Thank you, Safal. And I think I wanted to sort of first of all endorse Dr. Balakrishna's points, which are really for everyone, all the groups. Very important points to remember when we set goals, and especially when we set goals which talk about know something, knowing that it's very difficult to go into extremes with so many different groups. Now, groundwater has been a very complex issue because firstly, you can't quite see it, and it is a resource which is shared by a number of people. So whenever we have tried to get people to think of groundwater, they feel that if they do conservation and it's not done by somebody else, they get the benefit and these people don't. So I think some amount of community level partnership for groundwater is one area which we need to look at. You spoke about community water harvesting systems, but the thing is that today in most urban areas, private bore wells are certainly allowed, and there is very little regulation in terms of how close you can have a bore well to another bore well. So this is another set of problems, and are people aware of it? For instance, in air pollution, you are getting a figure through Safal and others which are mentioned, but on groundwater people are not very clear, and maybe one of the recommendations could be just the sheer awareness of groundwater. I think you have been right in talking about the pollution of groundwater, and remember it's not only from agriculture and chemicals but also from industry. We had a case in Gujarat not so long ago where an industry was actually pumping downwards into the aquifer their pollutants because they didn't want to see them go into the river and meet those standards. So I think it's an extremely important area, and I think the goal you have set is very important. But I think you need a more complex solution to how you will do it, and don't just keep it for agriculture, but take it also to industry and deal with this issue of deal with this issue of other pollutants. You also have the way it is charged. For instance, many places, only the horsepower of the machine, the motor, is based on what you pay. So no matter how much they draw out, there is no consequence to that, and they often lead to wrong cropping patterns. So I think all these things need to be looked at. But again, congratulations on this, and of course, congratulations WWF for having organized this whole thing. We'll talk more later. Thanks.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
I'm really sorry. There was some technical error on my side that I was exited from the Zoom meeting. I'm really sorry. I couldn't complete my presentation.
That is fine, Safal. Mr. Sarabhai has already responded to your targets, and I hope your team members will be able to update you on that. We have to move on to the next group. Thank you so much, Safal. Moving on to the next group. Yeah. So can I have Saksham Pandey and Shanvi Bansal please come forward?
Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
Shanvi will continue.
We can hear you, Saksham. Please go ahead. Can you see your sheet?
I'll begin. So the first priority, the first target is to raise awareness programs and organize community forestry projects with the help of state governments and NGOs to ensure the restoration of the forest cover by at least 27% by 2022.
Right. So the second point, as the universal law of physics says, if anybody is going back, if something is going backwards, it has come to rest and then it will go forward. In the same way, our forests are deteriorating, so we have to halt that. So therefore, strengthening the existing government policies, ensuring that their effective monitoring is done against illegal activities such as logging and smuggling, so that all activities come to a rest, and then we can go forward for the conservation of our forests and hence increasing the forest cover area.
Yeah. The third one is the provision of subsidies and tax breaks by the respective state governments to ensure the substitution of at least 30% of non-renewable forest products with green ones, such as biofertilizers, renewable wood, by 2022. And the fourth one is by 2022, ensuring the formation of a stringent EIA policy to dissuade the setting up of heavy industries in the forest areas. Thank you.
May I now have Dr. Bala give his comments, please?
Yes, very quickly. Thank you. Very sort of, again, ambitious priority area and the targets. My quick reaction is that the priority area is to conserve and increase the forest cover. Whereas the targets of restoration.
Little louder.
Okay. The priority area is on conservation and increasing the forest cover, whereas the target areas speak about restoration, about looking at the policy component to monitor illegal activities, looking at subsidies and tax breaks, and also EIA. So one thing which is missing is the conservation element of it, because remember, restoration has very different meanings in different senses depending on the kind of forest that you're talking about, number one. And number two is that, yes, it is important to look at the government policies for monitoring against illegal activities, but it is also important to look at legal activities as well, because many times in forests, it is just not the illegal activities that cause harm, but it's also the legal activities, because to a large extent, even legal activities need to be monitored. And lastly, is stringent EIA policies to dissuade heavy industries. Important point, but also it needs to be very periodically monitored. So quick reaction, more focus on conservation would be better. Restoration is an element of it, but also looking at both legal and illegal activities would be helpful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balakrishnan. I think so. Saksham and Shanvi, I hope you have heard sir very carefully and you have your inputs from him. Moving on to the next group. Can I have Kilang Sungla please come forward and speak?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, just in case your network goes off, you can turn off your video and continue to speak.
Yes. Good afternoon, sirs and madams, and my dear friends all over the country. These past few days, we have been given valuable inputs by our beloved teachers and environmentalists on the importance of biodiversity in the country and the whole world on the occasion of the World's Biodiversity Day. Under the priority, our first target is by 2022, increase by 20% the population of these key species in their natural habitats. Consider reintroduction of species into suitable habitats. Increase native vegetation cover in the ecosystem of these key species by 25% to the present coverage through large-scale afforestation, habitat restoration, elimination of invasive species. By 2022, eliminate habitat loss, fragmentation, frequent forest fire, effects of infrastructure, mining and industries on the habitats of these key species. Achieve this through agroforestry awareness, building and enforcement of conservation legislation. Promote alternate options to infrastructure development, purpose in habitats of these species. Advance nature-friendly farming techniques and sustainable resource extraction from the local communities.
Thank you so much, Kilang Sungla. Can I now have Mr. Kartikeya Sarabhai please give his inputs? Yeah.
Thank you, Sungla. This is a difficult area, and I think you cannot have an across-the-board suggestion like this of 20% increase in key species. There are areas where the problem is, first of all, much more complex, and in some cases, you already have an excess of the main species and not enough of the prey species, so the food base is not enough. Take, for example, the issue of lions in the Gir. Now, the lions in the Gir have already expanded to such an extent that they've spread out into areas outside, and the issue there is to find a new habitat for them rather than increase them in the same habitat. This is also true, for instance, let's say black buck in the Velavdar National Park. Again, it is to increase habitat if you want to increase the species. So conservation efforts in many cases have been very successful, but I think you need to look at species-wise targets and area-wise. The problem is not necessarily solved by introduction. As you perhaps know, the whole issue of crocodiles, for instance, they did breed them in captivity, and there was a major problem of a scheme of introducing them till they found that there was a huge lot of local resistance when you try to introduce species like a crocodile even in their habitat. So my feeling is that your target may better read that increase the population to its capacity in each of the areas by doing a local area study rather than thinking of one target which will fit across the country. The same thing is true of native vegetation. I think the previous speaker talked about removing invasive species. So I think that is something which you can do. But to some extent, native vegetation also regenerates very much. The last one really needs to be connected with the first one even more, which is habitat loss. And I think you've hit on the right things in that last one, which is looking at habitat loss. But how do you increase habitat? And how do you also increase habitat beyond national parks and sanctuaries is also has to be thought of, because there is only so much more we can do with that instrument in a country like India, which has a high population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have just one quick comment?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Two or three points. One, in any national priority area setting, it's a national priority, so the preference is to avoid naming individual species, because you are talking of a national target. And secondly, we do not use the word etc. in setting a target. Etc. is a very loose word to be included in a target. The second point is that your A4.3 is about 6 different targets combined into one. And we normally do not set those many. You're talking about policy law, you're talking about restoration, you're talking about education and awareness, you're talking about agriculture related work, agroforestry. It's better that you disaggregate these into different targets, because monitoring these targets or managing these targets is going to be too difficult. And an important point for all the groups, I see a lot of overlap in terms of these targets, because here also you see the target related to vegetation and ecosystem, but in the previous presentations, 2 of them also had ecosystems and vegetation. So it's important that you also consolidate, because we don't want to see many targets focusing on the same thing with different language.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balakrishnan. That was very useful, and I hope students have really made a note of it. Next, can I have, this is done, okay. Yeah, so moving on to goal B, can I have Vatsal Sharma to please come forward and give the presentation? Vatsal?
He needs to be unmute. Ashish?
He doesn't have a...
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Vatsal.
Yes, so I'll begin. Good afternoon, esteemed members. This is Vatsal Sharma, and I will be presenting the targets set by my group. The national priority area set for my group is implementation of modern sustainable methods such as drip irrigation, integrated pest management with the government aid. So target 1 is by 2021 analysis of 100% agricultural land for scope of organic farming methods through modern technology. The analysis can be made through satellite imaging, drones, and with help of tech startups. Once the analysis is done, planning and adoption of techniques can be decided. Target 2. By 2022, 80% farmers adopt more modern, scientific, sustainable ways like drip irrigation, rainwater, and wastewater harvesting, and empowering farmers financially by continuation of Agri-Udan plan by the government. Being an integral part of agriculture, water as a resource should be prioritized. Target 3. By 2022, at least 25% of the land to be cultivated by modern sustainable organic methods. Success of this target will propel us to achieve further in implementation of our goal and also guide us on our shortcomings and their management. By target 4, by 2022, setting up of at least 2 national institutes for organic farming research. This will enable us to provide tech support to farmers in terms of organic farming and organic ways of pest management and increase of production.
Thank you so much, Vatsal. Can I request the jury members, can Dr. Bala comment on this?
Yeah, quickly 2 or 3 points. Very important, narrowly focused, and again you're using the word etc. But drip irrigation and pest management to an extent are not necessarily the modern practices. They have been in place for a long number of years. So when you're putting together a priority like this, you have to have a much broader perspective on dealing with sustainable agriculture, because rainwater drip irrigation is one practice and integrated pest management is one practice, but there are several others also. So you have to be a little more broader in the priority. The second part of it is that remember, a lot of these targets are also to be backed by science. And still the verdict on whether the organic farming methods in agriculture is a sustainable practice in the long run is something which is still not proven substantively, both in India and outside. So be very careful when you're using such kind of terminology that it will be 100% organic. 100% organic probably may not also work. And lastly, and most importantly, all your targets are only again speaking to only two small elements of your priority area, but the priority area is much broader than that. So you have to expand the scope of both the priority area and the targets if your focus is on production.
Thank you so much, Judy. And
just a very small point. But I think it would be good to also touch on the subsidies given to chemical and other fertilizers, because one of the things which we go to organic farmers, they always say that how come on the one hand you're promoting organic, but you are giving subsidies on chemicals. And I think that level playing field also is one of the important things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Ishan Marwa. Can I please have Ishan Marwa?
Right, may I begin?
Yes, please, Ishan.
Yeah, so our first target is that by 2022, we want to restore urban biodiversity. That means the native species of both plants and animals and other insects in at least 40% of community parks and green areas with the help of local partners, including municipalities and non-government organizations within a couple of years. So as our jury members mentioned, so we've set a baseline. We've improvised and set a baseline of 2020 itself. So we've kept a realistic target of 40%, keeping in mind that some community parks and green areas in urban areas have already been restored or are in a good shape, right? So our second target is pretty simple. By 2022, we want to include environment and health education compulsorily in the curriculum, beginning from elementary levels. Now, so environment education, it's still there in the curriculum. It's a part of science or it's a part of geography. Say if there are 15 chapters in a science textbook, the last 2 chapters are of environmental science. But we want to make it a complete different curriculum and starting from the elementary levels in all schools, including CBSE, KV, ICSE, JNB, and other state schools. Our third and our final target is that by 2022, we want to empower at least 30% of village panchayats with knowledge about conserving their local fauna and flora and providing them information. Could you please click on the third target, the cell? Double click on the cell, please, Neha ma'am. Yes. In reference to sustainable agricultural practices through, again, rural bodies and non-government organizations. By this, I mean, in terms of my research, if I say, if farmers in a certain area in northern India, practice paddy cultivation wherein it is not a native crop, and they get less amount of money for it, they could indulge into growing other medicinal herbs and other crops such as lavender, wherein they get a lot of extra money, and plus the ratio of the crops and the buffer stock gets satisfied. Yes, that's about it.
Thank you so much, Ishan. Can I have Mr. Kartikeya Sarabhai please give us feedback now?
Okay. I think, Ishan, you know that there is already a Supreme Court judgment which makes it compulsory to have environmental education in all standards of education in all the boards which you mentioned. Now, there's a discussion whether it should remain as a separate subject or should it be infused into others. And the thinking currently is that infused. So you might want to go into that at a later stage. But today it is in India, one of the few countries where it is in fact compulsory to do it. The fact that it is perhaps not done adequately is what many of us are doing. Secondly, I thought that third point about village panchayats with knowledge, I think one of the efforts has been to do these people's biodiversity registers and really collect the knowledge which already exists often in the village and really empower them to not only document it, but ultimately to see that they can use that doesn't only include names of species, but also practices. Right. So I think these are very good, but need to strengthen current efforts in both those areas. Urban biodiversity is very important. I think to some extent, people don't even know about what is local and what is not local, and what are local species. One of the points is that nurseries are not available. So sometimes if you make a list of plants which I do want to do, which are local, I don't know where to get them. So there is an awareness also. You might want to just add creation of nurseries and other facilitation in creating urban biodiversity also in it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I think so from yesterday, there was a lot of discussion happening that even though it is a part of the curriculum, but it is not translating into action. And I believe from there, Ishan is coming and maybe he has to just draft it the way Mr. Sarabhai has advised him
by
to.
a separate curriculum, we meant a separate textbook, just to mention.
Right? Okay, that's so.
Not,
I
not
hope you've heard.
incorporated with science or geography, for instance.
Okay, great. So I hope you heard him and you have taken the feedback. Moving on to the next. Yeah. So can I have Nidhanshi to please come forward and present?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nidhanshi. So I'll be starting with the targets. So our goal was healthy natural ecosystems provide benefits to all, and our national priority area was prevent genetic erosion of agrobiodiversity and create markets for local varieties of crop. Under this, our first target that we decided was that by 2022, we will promote local varieties of food crops, including vegetables and fruits, by phasing out. For this, we really need to do some bioengineering so that we can tell all our the farmers that how our local varieties are useful and how can they be in the competition with the hybrids. For example, we know that basmati and sharbati are our local varieties, and these two varieties are really in a very high demand in the market. So if we compare these ones with the others, we can say that how the local varieties are really important. So this information and this thing has to be provided to all the farmers and all the people so that they can know why we need to promote the local varieties. Coming to the second target, I will say implying modern concepts of seed banks, especially for those species already facing stiff competition like red rice, red corn, black rice, red okra, and preventing habitat loss and fragmentation and ensure traditional varieties and conserve. This would be done by 2022. In this, the main motive was the formation of seed banks where we can conserve the real seeds of the local varieties of seeds so that their genes can be conserved. And through this conservation by seed banks, there will be less mm, competition from the hybrids, because if we keep on gene pooling the same varieties, this will help in the local varieties to grow more and less hybrids. Third was empowering farmers by providing direct access to the markets and storage facilities and education of the local communities through awareness drives and skill programs by 2022. In this section, technology will be playing a great role by the direct access of the farmers with their customers. By the technology will help the farmers to reduce a lot of mess, and by providing them the free education, they will be also aware by how they can be benefited by this, because the education of local farmers on this topic is really very necessary. If they are the ones who are informed about it, it will help us to bring this to a better level. Now, coming to the next target is this: preventing invasion of species through local methods of de-weeding, manuring, composting, and limiting gene pool. Gene pooling among the same species can give us higher yields. Now, coming to this, some people might say that if we crossbreed the same species, how can we be so sure that the hybrid will not be that weak? The thing is, we need to maintain a generation gap of about 6 generations between the breeding species. This would help us in getting a new plant of the same species that is not a hybrid and will be efficient, more efficient. By this method, if we are making a gap of 6 generations between the two same species plants, we can overcome this method of hybridization. So this is our all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nidhanshi. That was quite a lot of technical information which I am unaware of. I would invite Bala, who's our expert here, to kind of to give his input here.
Yes, sure.
Danshi, I should say that you were quite bold when you made some of those statements. First of all, remember one thing, that there is no way you can phase out high yielding varieties.
Mm-hmm.
High yielding varieties are the ones that are feeding the world today, not just
Yes,
in
they
India,
are.
but globally. What we need is a little bit of a balancing act that we can do, but phasing out high yielding varieties is quite impractical, because we just cannot go back to riding our bullock carts and then a farmer running with 2 bullocks and doing the farming, because that's very romantic, but then it's not going to help. You can't feed the world with the kind of population explosion we are having. First part. Second part, you speak about genetic erosion prevention, but you're only talking about genetic erosion conservation, because none of your targets deal about how do you prevent. Because that's very important to have a target on the prevention part also. But of course, you do have your 3.4, which maybe I need to spend at least 15 minutes to explain on why technically it's incorrect. Because you prevent invasive species only by stopping their introductions. Invasive species that are already there in the ecosystems can only be managed, but they have to be eradicated. Prevention only comes when you're introducing. But the moment you talk of an invasive alien species, already they are in the ecosystem. So you can't prevent. You only need to manage and you need to eradicate. And to a certain extent, I think your understanding of the gene pool, maybe we should have a separate conversation to give you a little bit of a technical background on how gene pools work. Gene pools do not work with same species giving higher yield. Then the hybrids will never be with us now. So the hybrid vigor is a completely different concept, but also invasive species cannot be removed by de-weeding and manuring and composting. It's a very difficult process. And to tell you a staggering figure, the world spends $3.4 trillion on managing invasive alien species globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balakrishnan. Nidhanshi, I am sure you have your inputs and you know what to go back and do research on. If you could kind of post me your questions, I can forward them to Dr. Balakrishnan, and he can provide you some with some authentic documents where you can go and read out a little more about it. So thank you so much, Nidhanshi, and thank you so much, Dr. Balakrishnan. Moving on to the next one. Okay, yeah. So this is goal C, instill in people traditional knowledge. This is a repeat, I think so, and I would invite Parmeshwari to come forward and present.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, Parmeshwari, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. As Target 1 suggests, by 2020, empowering farmers to form local groups to develop synergy of coexisting by developing capacity building of farmers by technology. This is because when farmers form local groups, then those farmers who are experienced in traditional methods of farming, they can exchange their information with farmers who are in more recent methods of farming. Whereas in the second target, by 2022, increase of native crop production by 5% with the help of government aids and increased consumption. Now, native plants, because native vegetation, because they adapt to local conditions easily, they host a lot of species who are important to the ecosystem, and they have much better benefits as compared to exotic plants. And with the help of government aids, this particular target is possible. In the third target, by 2020, empowering the farmers to return to traditional farming by rotation of native crops while providing technical know-how. So rotation of native crops would be, for example, like tree-based farming. So they can have different crops on the same small piece of land. For example, a small piece is dedicated to a native crop, while another small piece is dedicated to native trees. They can have a small pond, as well as they can tend to cattle. So yield can be provided throughout the year.
And why we have included technical know-how in this target is because then the farmers can know about the recent technical methods of farming. For example, they can test their soil constraints. They need to know to test their soil constraints, as well as they can, with the help of the information they've been provided about the soil, they can select the best native crops that can be grown in that particular region. Those are the targets we have chosen, and thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you so much, Parmeshwari. Can I have Mr. Kartikeya Sarabhai give his comments?
Thank you, Parmeshwari. One general comment I had was that you not talked much about the demand side and the responsibility of the consumer. Because one very big reason why people, in a sense, don't grow these things is not that they don't know how to do it, but say a hybrid or something else has more longer shelf life. It might not taste so good. So if you take and try and find a native papaya, for instance, in your market, you'll be hard pressed to find it because they will sell you the new one. There are so many vegetables and fruits which you can go and try and buy the old one. You will not. We are doing an experiment with Kala cotton. It's a native variety of cotton, and it's really been tough to grow it. The farmers know how to do it, but what has been the toughest is to find the consumer who will prefer it to the BT cotton, which is otherwise 98% of the cotton which is grown here. So I think you need to talk about that, and you also need to talk about sometimes subsidies. Often it is not the technology per se, but the technology point is very valid because it is possible to have some of the native species take the benefit of new technology, whether it's for irrigation or for increasing the yield, so that they can better compete. So I would think just balance this with something which is the responsibility of citizens and marketing and the people who buy it. Greater awareness why it will be good to have this traditional. Why, for instance, some things are getting spoiled easily because insects come to it and others don't. And I think one has to question that if you have two piles of tomatoes, for instance, and in one no insect even bothers to go there and the other one gets spoiled, which one would you prefer? And I would say that the insect has already shown you the choice, that they don't go to that. It's not the one we should have, it's the other one which you should go. So there's a lot of consumer awareness also required in this. Thank you.
Thank you so
much.
Yeah.
Small point here is that, Parameshwari, just to make you understand, you say instill in people traditional knowledge. I think what you mean is instill the value and the importance of traditional knowledge in people, right? So you have to get that wording correct. You can't instill knowledge. You are instilling the value of traditional knowledge and also the importance of traditional knowledge. And secondly, look at your target. We are already in May 2020. We are not even knowing when we can get out of the houses. So is it practical to have a target of 2020? And for some reason, almost all of you are fixated with 2022. I don't know why, but that's fine.
Because they were asked to pick up, the targets for 2022 only, because they have set out, to work on too many priorities, which may not be possible to, work on immediately. Yeah. So that may be, a little, So moving on, sorry, I'll quickly check if we are still left with any of the groups. Parmeshwari, yeah.
If any team also feels they're not there, there's Sia, I think so, from Tripura, who will need to present, Neha.
Yeah, we are left with the goal C, the second priority area. May I invite Eric, and then we can have Sia next.
And we have team 8 also.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes,
audible?
Eric. Yes, Eric, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Sequeira, and on behalf of group number 8, I'll be presenting to you our priority area under goal C. Our priority area is the installation in people the traditional knowledge of conservation and the wise sustainable usage of resources so as to live in harmony with nature and prevent the loss of biodiversity. As you may know, the Indian traditional knowledge, especially of medicine, the Ayurvedic system of medicine, and is very famous worldwide. Almost the international trade of medicinal plants from India provides in the Indian economy almost $1 billion every year. And in fact, the Ayurvedic drug, an Ayurvedic drug called Fifatrol, is currently being tested for for treatment in the COVID-19 disease. So anyway, in our targets under our priority area, the first target is to conserve at least about 100 endangered endemic species of plants used in traditional knowledge across India by 2022. Almost 93% of wild plants which are used for Ayurvedic medicine is currently under risk of extinction due to overexploitation and unsustainable practices of cultivation. Hence, we need to domesticate these wild species of plants and sustainably manage to cultivate them. A
Thank you
second
so much.
target
Yeah,
is
okay. Sorry.
a second target is to by 2022 is to teach the usefulness of and traditional ways of taking care of nature in at least 5 schools in each district of India. One thing which I found which was a bit sad was that when we were discussing our targets and under traditional knowledge of conservation, almost none of the 9 people in our group could even mention one proper traditional knowledge, traditional system which is used for conservation or used to prevent biodiversity loss. And that really shows the generation gap between the past generation and current generation. And hence, to avoid further ignorance, I feel we should implement this into our syllabuses of schools at the rate of 5 schools in each district of India. Thank you.
That was a very good point made, Eric. Thank you so much. Can I invite Dr. Bala to quickly, we just have 5 minutes and 3 groups left, sir. So yeah, please, your valuable
one
input.
comment on instilling traditional knowledge, number one, and the target seems to be okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
No, sir.
Oh, sorry. I just said that same comment on instilling traditional knowledge.
Sure, sure.
And the target seems to be okay.
Sure, sure. Fine. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. This is group number 7, Hansika Nath. Please come forward. Can I request Hansika to please come fast? We have 2 more groups and barely 5 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Right. We were under Goal C talking about the national priority area to reduce air pollution in the 21 most polluted cities of India. And we specifically have chosen this number as national priority because as per the WHO report, India actually has the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, ninth, and 10th rank of the world's most polluted cities. Now, which makes this obviously a very major national priority area to be addressed immediately. So our first goal aims at smart and sustainable disposal for dry waste. Now, even though the National Green Tribunal had banned open waste burning long back in 2016, we thought this was not being implemented adequately, and therefore there will be state-specific solutions, but we wanted to sensitize all our stakeholders, promote biocomposting, try to solve the agricultural waste program by actually maybe using wheat straw and converting it to biofuel, and other raw material can be used as paper and in the wood industry. The second goal was to control the vehicular traffic in the urban areas. CO2 levels, just to state a fact over here, increased from almost 181 million tons to 2,066 million tons by 2016, which is a 1,041% rise. Now, those numbers are anyway scaring us already. And because CO2, nitrogen oxide, particulate matter, all three affect global warming extremely strongly. Solutions that were probably useful before the COVID pandemic, like carpooling, won't be in existence now, which means naturally we have to stricten the laws that are being enforced, which is why we want to ensure mandatory pollution checks for the older vehicles. Moving on to the third goal, It's said that by 2030, almost 590 million people will be in India, which means they will be traveling from their workplace to and fro. And therefore, even though implementing radical decarbonization measures should be our eventual goal as a 100% measure, currently we can only, by 2022, to make it sound more achievable, we've said that we should reduce private vehicles on the roads by almost 25% and promote efficient public transport systems. We've kept in mind that all three of these above goals are in coherence with the third sustainable development goal, which is good health and well-being, the 11th one, which is sustainable cities and communities, and SDG number 13, which is climate action. So we hope they're cohesive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hansika. I think so you have covered some ground. I think so the feedback from our jury members will let us know where we are. May I invite Mr. Kartikeya Sarabhai to please give his comments?
Yeah. Thank you, Ansika. I think the goal on burning waste of 40% reduction is, I think, is too moderate because it is banned. It is something which is banned, and I don't know why it should. I mean, there are other goals people have put up 100% when it's not due, but this is a banned activity. And I think the goal needs to be much more ambitious, and it is achievable also, not just by that, but by action which gives people an alternative. Now, you have your whole approach to public transport and electric vehicles has been to get better vehicles, but you have not talked, for instance, about non-vehicular movement, like bicycles and walking and other things, which is prevalent in many places. So I think the assumption that everyone will have to go to office and back has been really questioned by this whole COVID pandemic. So many of us, including right now, are doing things which I'm sure if but for this pandemic, we would all have been gathered in Delhi and having a meeting today. It's only the pandemic which has forced us to do this interaction, which is fairly good. It's not the same quality, but it's fairly good and intense, and it's possible to do it. So I think the whole assumption of why people have to move all the time has to change. Also, the laws in Delhi, for instance, if you want to run an office from your home, till now it was banned unless you were a doctor or something like that, or a lawyer. I think maybe some of those laws need to change. So I think we need to question why we need to move, and also to have this focus on alternate vehicles, but also manual vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sarabhai. I will check if we are left with
Group 10. Group 10.
Group 10, can I just ask you the name of the group member?
Yeah, it's Sia.
Sia could not write. Sia mentioned that she could not write. She would like to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. Sia, you can speak. Yeah.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
Sia.
you are.
Okay. So ma'am, so for the priorities, we set out with 3 targets. And the first one is by 2022, 25% of area should be planted by native and traditional plants, which will also generate employment among the rural areas and help in commercial use. So we have proposed this target as all of us are well aware of the fact that the specific native plants use lesser water and fertilizers as they have a favorable climate to grow in, and they've existed and grown naturally for many years in a specific area, and hence this reduces the excessive burden on soil and water bodies. So that is our first target. And the second one is by 2022, 40% of increase in the manufacturing of cheap and accessible biofertilizers and pesticides by local communities. So one of the major reasons for pollution of water bodies is the chemical fertilizers and pesticides which seep into them. So excessive use of them is also hazardous for the health when these plants and vegetables are consumed. So we want to increase the manufacturing for the biofertilizers and pesticides by the local communities so that they are cheap and easily procured by the farmers also.
So coming to the third target, by 2022, the grey water recycling plants and rainwater harvesting systems should be mandatory to get sanctions for all projects and construction activities in all the urban areas. The indiscriminate extraction of water through pumps should be a punishable offense. So the grey water, as we know, that comes out of the sinks, wash basins and bathrooms, neither is drinkable and nor is counted as sewage water. So it is recyclable if we have proper plants set up for them. So the setting up of rainwater harvesting as well as the grey water recycling plants should be mandatory. Along with it, the indiscriminate extraction of water for various reasons, like setting up of swimming pools in, especially in the urban colonies, should be punishable, as this is clear wastage of groundwater for the reasons that are not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanvi. I would now invite comments from our jury members.
I think planting native plants is a good idea. I mentioned earlier that sometimes availability is an issue, but I didn't understand 25% area or what. Is it, are you talking about agricultural fields, or are you talking about total land area, or what? Because
The land area, sir. The land area, especially the ones where it's available.
yeah, so as you know, when we talk about conserving forests, most forests, except for the invasive species which might have gone into it, are in fact covered with the native species. So the goal can be aligned to increasing forest cover. And I think that would be very useful in urban areas where people actually plant trees and other things. I think this, what you say, could be done. So I think the goal is a good one, but it needs to be aligned to some of the goals which have been talked about earlier.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us have the last and the final group, Group 5. Can I invite Saksham and Shanvi to come forward, please?
Neha, Saksham is done.
Sorry? Group number 5, can I please ask who is group number 5?
Okay, Neha, now they say it's done. So I suppose all are done.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So we have a special guest, I think, so Neha.
Yes. Thank you so much, all the delegates, for presenting the targets, and thank you so much the jury members for giving their inputs. We now have with us Ms. Chantal from Convention of Biodiversity. I would invite her to give her words of wisdom to the delegates.
Many thanks. Many thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Chantal Robichaud. I work at the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. I am one of the youth focal points at the Secretariat, and I work in the unit on cooperation and stakeholder engagement. So this is a very interesting session for me. And first, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to join you, particularly at this time of the workshop, to witness the hard work that you've all been doing to put together practical outcomes for this meeting. I'm very honored to be here on this panel together with eminent experts in the field of environment and education. Just like you, as you know, the parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity and the wider international community are currently working at the preparation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. I was invited here to give you an idea of where we stand in the process and why it's important for all stakeholders to discuss about targets now, just as you are doing. The process to develop the framework started in early 2019, just a few months after the Conference of the Parties at the end of the year 2018. And since the early 2019, we had many consultations, regional consultations, national consultations, thematic consultations, where stakeholders could discuss about the framework. And of course, in 2019, we had the first meeting of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 framework. It's a body that was established and dedicated specifically to preparing the framework. And this process for the development of the framework is led by two co-chairs from Canada and Uganda. And based on all the consultations in 2019, the co-chairs prepared what we call the zero draft at the end of the year. This zero draft was discussed by parties in Rome in February 2020 at the second meeting of the open-ended working group. And based on these discussions in Rome, the co-chairs are now drafting the goals and the targets and many other elements of the framework. These goals and targets will be peer-reviewed and will be discussed at the next meeting of the subsidiary bodies of the convention, particularly the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice, but also the subsidiary body on implementation. Now, based on the results of these negotiations, the draft framework will be discussed again at the third meeting of the open-ended working group, which is planned to be the last one before the conference of the parties, its 15th meeting. All of these meetings, of course, were all due to take place this year. And this is why we were calling this year the super year for biodiversity, because there were so many meetings, not just under the CBD, but in the international community. But of course, the timeline is now changed due to the pandemic. And by postponing the meetings of the subsidiary bodies, we had to postpone the conference of the parties that will adopt the post-2020 framework. And so the COP, the Conference of the Parties, is likely to take place in 2021. Now, what can we say at the moment about the status of the framework? General observations are that it will really be a universal framework. It's for everybody. It's not just for CBD parties. It will have strong implementation mechanisms. It will talk about resource mobilization, capacity building, monitoring, all these components that will ensure that the framework can be implemented rapidly once it's adopted. Importantly, the framework will be based, will take into consideration other frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals. So I was pleased to see that those were considered in your draft targets, the ones I could see. It will also take into consideration the Aichi biodiversity targets and the targets of the Paris Agreement and targets that are developed under other multilateral environmental agreements. And this is why talking about targets at this point is, and not just at this point, but generally speaking, is so important, because they're going to be the elements that will unite the international community. In fact, the choice of targets will be key to ensuring that everyone feels included and empowered to take action for biodiversity. They will recognize themselves in the framework. So we know that there will be 20 targets. They will be SMART, just as you know, as you did also with your target. So basically, they'll be clear, concise, and very much action-oriented. They will be essential for the monitoring and evaluation of the progress as we go along in the years to come. And they will be telling us whether our actions were effective and led to positive changes for biodiversity. They will be reviewed in 2030. And this is how we will know if the targets are reached and the goals are reached, and if we are on the path to the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. So again, the choice of targets is crucial, and this is why the next meeting of SubSTA, the subsidiary bodies, will carry out a scientific and technical review of the draft goals and the draft targets for the consideration of the open-ended working group and the COP. So just basically until now, and all along the way, stakeholders like you, be they youth, non-governmental organizations, businesses, local authorities, they've been working in the process together with governments. They've been providing inputs on the goals and targets. And at this stage, it is the governments who are negotiating the content. They will have a peer review process, and they will have the official meetings that I talked about. So in order for your ideas to be conveyed, you would want to connect with your government officials and share your views and ideas with them. Of course, they're well represented during this model conference, and it demonstrates that their ears are wide open to hear your views. And as Elizabeth said earlier today, it's an opportunity that you cannot miss. It's a very great opportunity that you have to be working together with government officials. Another way for you to follow the process for the post-2020 is to engage in organizations that participate in the CBD, and that includes, of course, our organizers, the WWF, the IUCN, the Center for Environmental Education, university research centers, and other non-governmental organizations, and of course, youth organizations. And I wanted to talk to you about one of these youth organizations. It's called the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. It has been created following the 10 years ago, and it's been following the convention since then. It's been coordinating youth views in the meetings, but also beyond the meetings throughout the intersessional periods. They've been training youth. They've been providing inputs to the post-2020 process. They come to the meetings and they share, not just to the meetings, but also in writing. They prepare youth views and they submit them to the parties for their consideration. So I invite you to follow them on social media and participate in all of their webinars and activities. They all relate to biodiversity and the convention. In fact, I hear from them that they are currently collaborating with WWF International to prepare training, a global youth action team training called Stand Up for Nature from 18 to 28th of June. It will be talking, it will be about taking action for nature and learning how to start a project for biodiversity. And I will be pleased to share more information about that with you and to put you in touch and with the Global Youth Biodiversity Network very gladly. So just to conclude, I took too much time, I think. As you know, as I mentioned, this year was going to be the super year for nature, mostly on the basis of a series of international events about nature. But while the many meetings that were supposed to take place are postponed, and while we're focusing our attention on the urgent need to deal with the COVID crisis, we can still make it a super year for nature. And thanks to the hard work of people like you, and in particular the work of young people who can bring new perspectives and ideas to the table. So as Elizabeth said earlier today, we look forward to hearing more from you. Many thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chantal. I think so you did not take more time at all. We totally enjoyed listening to you and it was very informative. And thank you for connecting the students with all the activities of CBD, because, you know, the whole idea of this MCOP will sort of, you know, will be further instilled in them if they kind of start connecting with them. So thank you so much. We have missed one group. So I would invite Karthika. And for some reason, her sheet is not reflecting in the Excel. May I request Karthika to please come forward and give her presentation, and request the jury members to bear with us and allow Karthika to present her targets. Karthika?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Ma'am, my sheet, I'm not able to see the Excel sheet.
That's the challenge with me. I was not able to see, so you can speak. If you have made notes or if you remembered anything, you can speak.
Okay, so the targets that our team has come up with to meet the priorities which have been given to us is like getting sustainable energy from solar, water, hydro and wind energy. So some of the targets that we have made are creating awareness and about the incentives that the government has taken, about the subsidies that the government has given for schemes such as rooftop PV systems, where the government pays 30% of the benchmark installation cost for rooftop, and also up to 70% in some areas and states. And also like a net metering system where the individual or business producing renewable energy receive credits, and when more energy than his need is produced, it is taken by the government and the power meter runs backwards. So these are some of the incentives that has been taken by our country's government, but people are not aware of it. So when awareness is spread, we can increase the renewable source energies production in our country.
Thank you so much, Karthika. I think so your goal was goal B, halve the humanity's footprint by 2030. And may I now request our jury member to share their comment. May I have, yeah.
Yeah, can I say what? Yeah, thank you. I think these are good initiatives and awareness. I think you'll have to frame it. Maybe Bala can make it more clear, but frame it in the form of a target, which is what you achieve as a result of the educational effort which you do. So again, the baseline issues and others is discussed. Where are we now? And how much more do we see, for instance, rooftop solar or metering to happen? So I think with the same things, you could look at some numbers which you put based on where we are now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Kartika. Thank you so much, Mr. Sarabhai and Kartika. I hope you have got the inputs, and unfortunately, the sheet is not visible. However, I am sure you have taken down the notes and you will be able to discuss it later. Here we come to the end of the presentation from all the groups. May I request the closing remarks on the session by our jury members. May I start with Mr. Kartikeya Sarabhai to give the closing remarks.
Thank you. That was really very nice to be able to participate in this and hear all the different goals and targets. I think there is a need to consolidate these together and come out with a consolidated list which we could then use by other students, could look at it and others. You have talked about the footprint. At CE, we often talk about the handprint of what we can do. And it might be interesting to say at the end of a COP process, what are the things which we as students can also do? In many of the goals, there are actually actions which are not only with government, but which we can do either ourselves, our institutions, our schools, our homes, and others. So I think the COP process is to set up these goals, but also set up goals in between the process. 2022 is here. The other is that I think we can better use the fact that this lockdown has also taught many of us lots of different things. It has been a time to observe. It's been a time to see skies clearing. It's been a time to see that without moving around, we are not actually helpless. It is a time to see that, in fact, we've been buying more local. Many people are, in fact, buying stuff which they didn't. They're buying things which are not packaged in the same way. So I think COVID has also forced you into a different lifestyle. And let us not just forget about it as a dream and then sort of go on, but let us learn from that and look at the targets. And I think many of the targets, if we really work on it a little bit, really, Neha, we can frame them in a way in which it can become a good output of this whole conference. So I think a little bit of work is required in tightening the targets a bit, but and also showing the understanding they have of the subject. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very aptly put, Mr. Sarabhai, and definitely there is a team which is guiding the students. They are, this is completely done by the students. So there is a team which is kind of at the back, supporting and guiding them with that. So thank you so much. May I now have Dr. Balakrishnan to give the final remarks, please?
Thank you very much and congratulations. Congratulations to all the students. A great job. As I said, that had it been the traditional negotiators, we would have spent at least several months, if not years, to come up to this level of finesse. Of course, I mean, this is the first time you're doing it, so my comments are more to make you understand the background, not so much of commenting on your language or things like that. So great job. But what is now important in these process, you are part of the process that is just beginning, is that many times we do these brilliant conferences and workshops and come up with outcomes. But what is important is that they should be heard by people who actually translate these ideas into something more concrete. I think there was a mention about you communicate with the national focal point, which is the Ministry of Environment, Government of India. But you also have several other avenues also. There was a mention of the Global Youth Network, Biodiversity Network. And one opportunity that I'm looking at that could be provided from IUCN is that IUCN Congress is going to be held in January 2021. And for the first time, this Congress of IUCN will also have a youth summit. So we'll try and look on how do we connect the outcomes and some of these processes into the youth summit outcomes also. But what is important is that keep reading, keep networking, keep thinking, follow the process, and essentially people are going to be setting their goals, targets in 2021, but essentially you are the ones who are going to be impacted by those goals and targets. Because 10 years down the line, as Elizabeth said in the morning, many of us negotiators who are senior in the process, maybe they may not be there, but you are the ones who are going to be living with some of the targets that we are going to set for you. So we can't do something for you. We can do something on behalf of you, provided you actually are more active and strongly participate in the process. So keep your ears open, eyes open, and keep talking about some of these issues as and when you meet your other friends and colleagues in your own schools, because it's a small number of students who are able to, fortunately, able to participate in this. There's a huge community out there. So talk to more and more people about it and see how much we can contribute to the entire process. And good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balakrishnan. And this is a fantastic idea shared by you that, at IUCN Congress in January, there would be some of the outcomes that could be picked up. That's a great possibility to look at. Thank you so much for joining us and giving your valuable inputs to all our students. Here we come to the end of this session. We will take a short break. We are going to be back at 4 o'clock for the final declaration. I would request you all to be back in time. Join us a couple of minutes before 4 so that you do not miss anything. See you at 4 o'clock now. Thank you so much, everyone.
Afternoon, Mr. Singh. Neha, are you there?
Yeah, Vishesh, I'm here. Tell me.
Yes. I don't know, somehow I can't see the participant list. Just tell me in case Dr. Mathur and Uma ma'am have also joined.
Yeah, we'll just check.
आज पता नहीं क्या है गड़बड़.
Okay,
Uma
okay.
hasn't joined yet. Ravi
Ashish,
sir is here.
Dr.
Ravi sir
Mathur
and
is here?
Dr. Mathur. Yeah.
Okay, only Uma ma'am hasn't joined. Yeah, okay, fine.
Let's wait. All the kids also will join.
I'm very much there, Vishesh.
Oh, okay, Dr. Mathur.
And I have enjoyed the great work that you and your team has done. The last session was super. And of course, so was Bala's comments as well. As he was confused, I was a little confused about this 2022 date that any one of you would have given. What was that?
So, Dr. Mathur, the issue was that there were so many priority areas, right?
Uh-huh.
So we asked them to prioritize and what do you want to be done next in the next 2 years? Okay. So that out of that whole subset, out of that whole thing, a small subset for 2022 came up. Otherwise, it was too much. The basket is huge when you see it. Yeah. And it's amazing that the kids have kind of covered a lot. So we were just trying to give them, okay, in the next 2 years, what do you want to do? You know, and kind of trying to.
Okay, now that we are talking among ourselves, 2030 is unrealistic, 2022 तो totally unrealistic है. 2020 तो चला ही गया ना, बचा क्या है? Anyway, that's good. Now see I'm sure you and your team would be keeping track of these students.
Yes.
What is the median class? They are what, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, what?
Radhika.
They are from classes 9 to 12, sir.
Okay, so I would say that keep a track on all of them. उनका जो भी mail, mobile number जो भी है. See, these are really the future citizens of the country. And एक बार आपने इतना time इनमें invest कर दिया है, you should. And to you, Vishesh, if this virtual thing continues, तो हमारी जब अपनी real meetings होंगी, then also we can offer them to come and listen and see.
Bilkul. I was thinking since we've recorded it, maybe a snapshot of this, no, we can make a 5 or a 6 minute thing and show it also, you know, for in a side event or something like that, just to say how we've interacted. I thought it would be a good idea.
I was chatting to Ruchi a little while ago and we were saying that in our normal meetings इतने थके हुए लोग आते हैं उनसे तो ये बच्चे बहुत अच्छे थे.
Okay, that's compliments for us.
The immense hard work and the contribution and the enthusiasm and fighting for their cause till the last. I mean, that spirit you should have seen. No, agrobiodiversity is equally important. No, this is equally important. You know, it's amazing. So, you know, so maybe.
See, your systematic handling was very good because this morning I was there when Justin and others were trying to tell. So they also gave some clues which the students picked up and immediately converted them into targets and things.
Yes. No, we've tried to squeeze in quite a lot. It was the first time for us also, learning as we go along. So,
and you have been really able to bring a very impressive list of people. And Abhi, I was talking to Chantal as she was speaking to you. I know her from my CBD days. She was saying it's amazing that how you've been able to rope in so many government people into this. Because she also understands that how difficult it is for CBD itself to even talk to the focal point.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and Dr. Bajpai gave a very nice.
I wrote to him also that you spoke on biodiversity from your heart. He said also.
Yeah, because he asked me, says, can I just speak? I said, yes, please. Were you there yesterday? Because we had very interesting session yesterday also. You know, which was like we had Dr. Shiraz Waji talking on soil and soil microbes and soil health. We had Sejal giving an example of how she, you know, how Jabar Khet has come back, back
as you would know, yesterday was a crazy day for me. I
Yes,
attended eight webinars till 10 o'clock in the night.
Yeah, then we got Yongyam Chen who got this Lemsa Chalok who got the Biodiversity Award, right, from Nagaland last time. So we got him to come and present about the work they've done in that community. We had Suresh talk about wetlands. So it was a very nice small snapshots for the children to see what should be done and what needs to be done and what is being done. 2-3 good stories.
Now, I have a few queries. I mean, can we do now or later? You might be joining people. See,
Yes.
What kind of, are you planning to give them some a token of appreciation, award, something like that?
Certificate.
Yes, Vishesh, we are live. We'll talk about this
Dr. Mathur, we are being live streamed in YouTube also. So,
yeah. I thought right now.
Yeah. Nahin, not certificates will be given.
We have all our delegates. Miss Uma Devi has also joined us. So we can proceed.
And be liberal. See, be liberal in giving the certificates to the school principal, teacher, whatever. See, everybody likes that.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, we'll do that.
Hello, Dr. Mathur. This is Ravi Singh here.
Good evening. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm well. All that you're saying will be done. India seems to be leading.
Yes, certainly. I mean, see, I was explaining my notes with Chantal from CBD. She is totally zapped that how you guys are doing all this.
And hopefully all the things that we discuss here, that it'll have a big difference in the environment, and the generations will make a difference coming forward.
Yeah, surely. And that is what I was telling to Vishesh, that we should not lose them. We should
not at all. Dr. Mathur, we'll start now.
Oh, please.
Chetna,
okay.
Shall we begin?
So, Uma ma'am, welcome to the session. We'll just formally start right now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Hello, everyone. A very warm welcome to you all. Welcome back after a short break. The time we have been waiting for is finally arrived. It is the final session where we will present the MCOP Delhi Declaration. It has been designed collectively by us 72 young delegates from 28 states and 7 union territories of India. They were guided by experts from the field of environment, conservation, and education. I'm honored to have our esteemed dignitaries for this session. Vishesh ma'am, may I request you to please welcome them.
Thank you, Chetna. I don't think anyone needs a very formal welcome here, but thank you so much, Dr. Mathur, Uma ma'am, Mr. Singh, for taking time out on a Saturday and coming and joining the delegates. You will see them, you will hear them, and you will then realize that though we are almost at the end of the session, but that enthusiasm and the spirit, I think, is going to carry on. And like Dr. Mathur has advised us, we will keep in touch with them, and we'll try and form like maybe a small group where we can keep these discussions going on, as well as ensuring that we take some other next steps also. Over. Radhika?
Yes. Chetna?
Okay. Yes. Let me give you a brief introduction to our guest of honor. We have Ms. B.V. Uma Devi, Additional Secretary of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change with us. Welcome, ma'am. We have Dr. V.B. Mathur, the Chairperson of National Biodiversity Authority. It is an honor to have you back again on this MCOP session, sir. And finally, we have Mr. Ravi Singh, SG and CEO of WWF-India. A very warm welcome to you, sir, as well. Over to you, Radhika ma'am, to take the session forward.
Okay, a very good evening to everybody. I can't believe these 5 days have come to an end. And I have only one word to describe this, that it's been transformational. It's been just transformational. We didn't imagine this. I think the children haven't imagined this. And this is a group of leaders, I think. So if you see the chat box, they are saying we are pandas. So I don't think so. This is a group that's ever going to part ways. But I just feel Vishesh and my role, as we all, the whole E team and Vishesh's team, we all worked on this. We were driving it on day one. And I think so now we become facilitators. So I think so it's time for me to give the baton to the children. And Hansika Nath is going to first summarize what happened in the MCOP 1. So Hansika, over to you. Hansika, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Oh, yes, you are audible.
Good evening, everyone. The Model Conference of Parties was a 2-day conference organized by WWF-India in partnership with MOEFCC, NBA, UNEP, and UNDP, where student delegates from all over the country except Lakshadweep attended sessions facilitated by renowned experts on various issues and themes. To prepare and familiarize the young delegates to the COP process, 3-day pre-MCOP event sessions were organized from 18th to 20th May 2020. Experts from WWF India, UNDP, and NBA guided students to practice development of SMART goals and targets for biodiversity conservation at the state level. On the International Day for Biodiversity Conservation, the first day of the MCOP, was formally inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of the Environment, Forest and Climate Challenge, Government of India, Shri Prakash Javadekar. During the inaugural ceremony, 3 students representing the MCOP party delegates were provided an opportunity to interact with the Honorable Minister. During the first day of the MCOP on 22nd May, a plenary session with eminent speakers from IUCN, UNEP, NCERT was organized to explain the importance of biodiversity, its linkages with human well-being and sustainable development, and most importantly, the role of education in integration, importance, and value of nature in our lives. This was followed by a roundtable discussion, during which speakers from diverse areas enlightened the student delegates on the threats and consequences of biodiversity loss from the perspective of pollinators, wetlands, human health, soil health, and microbes. The third session highlighted the real stories of conservation from the ground, such as an inspiring example of restoring nature at the Jabharkhet Nature Reserve, Mussoorie, empowering communities for nature conservation by Lemsa Shenlock Society in Nagaland, and how some business corporates are integrating the practice of maintaining balance between people, public profit in their development and growth. Day 2 of the MCOP started with an inspiring message from the representative of Secretariat of Convention of Biological Diversity, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, who called upon the youth to participate in deliberations and negotiations to make their voice heard. She recommended that if we wish to secure and heal this planet for the current generation and the generations to come, time is to act now. Mr. Sujit Bajpai, Joint Secretary MOEFCC, also delivered a keynote address on how MCOP can contribute towards development of strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework. During the MCOP, student delegates identified 180 priority areas, out of which 49 were shortlisted for further deliberation and discussions. Under guidance of eminent speakers from both government and conservation organizations, top 12 priority areas were finalized on the basis of polling by each student delegate. All the student delegates have come up with the MCOP 1 Delhi Declaration, which will be presented to the esteemed dignitaries during the following session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hansika. This gives you a little summary of what all action that has happened. And now we have 2 speakers, Pankhuri and Ishan. Pankhuri is from Telangana and Ishan is from Punjab, who will share what their personal journey was through this. So over to you, Pankhuri.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries and fellow student delegates, it is my honor to share my experiences with you. I have always been a nature lover, and this opportunity to associate with WWF India during the Model Conference of Parties was a truly exciting experience. In the last week, I had plenty of occasions to talk about the most pressing environmental issues and learn from eminent experts from the field of environment. I truly believe that young people can play a crucial role in the conservation of environment. I also realized the key challenges which the convent as well as conservation organizations face while working towards conservation goals and sustainable development. In present times, young people are at the forefront of change and innovation, and many have the spirit to make things happen. All we need is a spare to excel, and this MCOP has been a perfect opportunity to enhance my leadership qualities and negotiation skills. And above all, made me believe in the power of togetherness, working towards a common goal, that is the protection of our planet. The experience with WWF India provided me as a student delegate. It will remain with me as an integral part of my life forever. The exciting journey as a MCOP delegate has inspired me to adopt a sustainable lifestyle by minimizing usage of single-use plastic from my daily life. I will continue to share my experience and influence others to value and conserve nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pankuri. And now we have Ishan from Punjab. Ishan?
Right. So may I begin by saying that it was obviously a very proud moment for me when I was nominated to represent my state of Punjab at the Model Conference of Parties 1. I've been a keen follower of such important events and conferences which are organized at state, city, and global level. However, my viewpoint was always a little bit skeptical about the methodologies of formulating an environment and a biodiversity policy at a micro or a macro level. During this past 1 week, I have realized that one needs to experience to believe in the power of cooperation and a collective endeavor. It was not a mere competition, and it is not a competition. It is indeed a conference of cooperation that we were a part of. The MCOP 1 has provided me a once in a lifetime opportunity. It has given me truckloads of memories, inspiration, and invaluable knowledge in both the environment and on policy issues. This conference has made me inclined towards a career in policy and diplomacy. MCOP 1 provided me with the opportunity to interact and learn from key experts from the WWF India circuit, from MOE, FCC, NBA, UNDP, UNEP, and CBD. I feel more confident and self-reliant to explore the field of environment further and share my experience with other students and my relatives. I would also take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts of everyone behind this conference for their work and their resilience to provide such a platform at this point in time in particular. I am also taking with me a will and a motivation to do something constructive for the environment, respecting my own inhibitions and taking steps for the environment with my community to try and rebuild micro ecosystems. Trust me when I say this, this has probably been one of the most exciting and one of the most productive experiences of my life. I just hope students like myself are constantly provided platforms such as these to expose themselves to the real world, and I thank WWF India with all my heart for involving us, that is, involving the next generation in building up their own future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ishan. In fact, I remember when I first spoke to Ishan, he didn't pick up his phone. So I said, Ishan, where were you? I said, this generation always has their phone in their hand. And he says, well, I'm from an older, this thing. I'm a little, I'm not very tech savvy. And he says, my first thought was, how can you have a conference on technology like this? So yeah, so we've really, got him hooked on to technology and virtual conference. So yeah, thank you so much, Ishan and Pankuri. And I think so the time has come to have the Delhi Declaration. The students are going to read that out. And they're also going to commit. While we have only 2 students reading it out in our WhatsApp group, everybody has given a thumbs up and agreed to what we are all sharing today. So there's absolute, agreement on what's happening. So over to Yashas and Shreyana to please read the Delhi Declaration. Yashas and Shreyana?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Shreyana will begin. Shreyana, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I
All
hope
right.
I'm audible.
You are.
A very good afternoon to our esteemed guests, Miss Uma Devi, Dr. V.B. Mathur, Ravi Singh, and all the lovely viewers. We are honored to have you here with us at the first Model Conference of Parties 1. The preamble. Our planet Earth today is under a great stress and needs our help. We, the youth of this country, appeal for immediate action to reverse the loss of nature and biodiversity to ensure the health of this generation and those to come up. We, the representatives of the youth of India, have come together from 29 states and 7 union territories of India to deliberate upon the importance of strengthening the connection between nature and people and demand solutions to build a healthy and sustainable future. We are thankful to be a part of this highly interactive and participatory virtual forum, Model Conference of Parties MCOP1, organized by WWF-India and other partners from May 22nd to 23rd, 2020. The MCOP1 has been a perfect platform to understand the processes and undertaking of crucial international treaties. The MCOP has given voice to the concerns of the youth of this country that pressing upon the need to protect and conserve our planet Earth. We as youth are passionate, active, enthusiastic and informed. We are the present and future of our country. We stand here today to strongly urge and call upon our government and all the other stakeholders to
Thank you, Shreyana, for that lovely preamble. With that, we request all citizens as well as our national, state, and local governments to come together and make a pledge for protecting and conserving Mother Earth. And MCOP 1 had 3 goals, under which are the following priority areas. So the first goal is to ensure no loss of freshwater, marine, and terrestrial ecosystems through, now I'll be reading out the priority areas, conserving and restoring wetlands, including important rivers and high altitude wetlands to enhance biodiversity, conserving and enhancing the nation's forests to reach 33% forest cover, restoring coastal and marine ecosystems, and reviving coral reefs, saving and restoring mangroves and coastal woodlands, combating desertification and reclaiming degraded land and soil, including land affected by drought and floods, and striving to achieve land degradation neutrality, conserving mountain ecosystems, including their biodiversity to enhance their capacity to provide ecosystem services that are essential for sustainable development, protecting species through effective management of human-animal conflict with efficient ecosystem management and balancing it with sustainable development, improving protection and effective management of key species of populations of India, and along with conservation of their habitats and the associated ecosystem services, safeguarding and promoting agrobiodiversity and genetic diversity of native crops, promoting groundwater conservation and effective recharge of aquifers to prevent water crisis, reducing rate of degradation, fragmentation, and loss of forest ecosystems through sustainable forest management, ensuring prevention of ocean acidification and coral bleaching, preventing degradation of ecosystems from pollution of all forms, especially plastic pollution, through effective regulation and improved technologies, enhancing our preparation for preventing and managing forest fires, maximize the benefits of protection of forests. Now Shahana will be reading the second goal and their respective priority areas. Over to you, Shahana.
Ashish, please unmute Shreyana.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Shreyana. Please speak.
By 2030, half the footprint of production and consumption through achieving zero garbage at schools and colleges by adopting 5 Rs, that is, reduce, reuse, recycle, recover. Promoting green energy production and use of solar energy, wind energy, etc., to meeting energy needs in commercial and domestic sectors. Promoting e-mobility and public transports by increasing monetary and policy support to enable widespread adoption by people. Eliminating single-use plastics processes plastics in a way they do not enter natural ecosystem and create a circular economy for plastics to minimize further production. Addressing and mitigating negative effects of chemical incentives, agriculture on air, water, and soil. Enforcing effective waste management of large-scale industries through good standard operation procedures. Avoiding unplanned urbanization and unscientific mining activities. Managing e-waste and hazardous waste effectively and preventing their entry into ecosystems. Implementing technologies and policies to eliminate black carbon caused due to diesel engine exhausts and incomplete combustion of fossil fuels, biomass, etc. Reducing the per capita food waste at the retail and consumer level, as well as food loss due to poor storage, production, and chain supply. Encouraging companies to adopt sustainable practices and to integrate sustainability information into their reporting cycle. Developing and implementing tools to monitor sustainable development impacts for tourism that creates jobs and promotes local culture and products. Promoting paperless e-governance to reduce consumption of paper and other logistics for reduction of carbon footprint. Mandating sustainable infrastructure for all commercial and residential complexes. Implementing modern sustainable agricultural methods such as drip irrigation, integrated pest management, etc., with the government's aid. Mainstreaming segregation, recycling and safe disposal of solid waste, and encouraging consumption of luxurious non-essential items. Sensitizing public about their carbon footprint, waste generation, and its ecological impacts. Over to you, Yashas.
Okay, and now I'll begin with the third goal and its respective priority areas. The third goal is ensuring healthy natural ecosystems that provide benefits to all people by reducing air pollution in the 21 most populated cities of India and securing health benefits to the most affected people. Promoting sustainable agriculture and organic farming to ensure long-term health of soil and securing livelihoods of farmers. Reducing inequality in sharing natural resources among citizens through poverty eradication and bridging the gap between the rich and the poor. Promoting forest growth in and around farmlands to enhance pollinators through incentives for agroforestry. Robust monitoring to prevent and control spread of zoonotic and infectious diseases from vectors. Instilling in people traditional knowledge of conservation, wise use of resources, and living in harmony with nature to prevent the loss of biodiversity. Conserving and improving diversity of soil microorganisms and microfauna. Eliminating invasive exotic species from the forests and improving diversity and abundance of endemic species. Preventing genetic erosion of agrobiodiversity and creating markets for local varieties of crops. Enhancing systems of crop insurance and disaster warning systems to protect farmers' livelihoods. Promoting integrated watershed management with mass community participation for soil and water conservation and biodiversity conservation. Reviving agrobiodiversity sites of national and global importance and traditional farming practices. Engaging active participation of the village bodies, NGOs, policymakers, and education institutions to spread awareness on biodiversity conservation. Promoting sustainable livelihood activities in wetlands, such as sustainable capture fishing, sustainable agriculture, aquaculture, etc. Converting barren lands surrounding the industrial sectors highways, and other areas into biodiversity parks, establishing gene banks, seed banks, and herbariums of locally important plants so that native biodiversity and traditional knowledge is preserved. And finally, last one, decentralizing conservation to village panchayats to ensure optimum participation of the local community, making them stakeholders for efficient forest conservation, agrobiodiversity maintenance, and protection of flora and fauna. Over to you, Shiana.
In order to achieve all this, some immediate and urgent steps need to be taken up immediately. For this purpose, a set of actions, targets have been also developed to be implemented from this day onwards. Yash.
Okay, so target towards conservation of ecosystems are conserve at least 45% of all types of wetlands through public awareness and effective regulations by 2022. By 2022, reduce the pollution load wetlands by 100% through treating waste from industries. By 2022, restoration 50% of degraded wetlands by removing invasives, pollution, and damage due to construction and illegal activities. By 2022, improving groundwater replenishment rate by 30% from the current levels, implementing effective measures, rainwater harvesting, and wetland conservation, reducing damage to natural aquifers from over-extraction of water and chemical-intensive agriculture by at least 20%. Formulating sustainable groundwater using framework by involving private, government, and civil society stakeholders by 2021. Restoring the forest cover by at least 27% by 2020 with the participation of all the stakeholders. Conserving forests and reducing overexploitation of forest resources by 35% by 2022. By 2022, increase by 20% the population of these key species in India and conserving their natural habitats. Where required, promote reintroduction of endangered species into suitable habitats. Ensuring conservation of all wildlife habitats of key species, natural regeneration, rejuvenation, and restoration as needed. By 2022, preventing frequent forest fires, effect of infrastructure, mining, and industries on the habitats of these key species. Over to you, Shiana.
Targets towards reducing human footprint on nature. By 2022, implement effective incentives to ensure adoption of renewable energy resources in at least 30% of households and industries. Invest in the development of renewable energy options to ensure 45% of the country's energy is generated from renewable resources by 2022. By 2021, conduct analysis of 100% agricultural land for scope of the organic farming methods through modern technologies. By 2022, 80% farmers adopt more modern, scientific, sustainable ways of farming like drip irrigation, rainwater harvesting, and wastewater reuse. By 2022, achieve zero single-use plastic throughout the country. Undertake national campaign under Swachh Bharat Abhiyan to clean up plastic from our public spaces in every district by 2022. Yashas.
Targets towards ensuring nature's benefits to all people. Achieving smart and sustainable disposal mechanisms for dry waste by all stakeholders to reduce greenhouse gas emissions caused by burning waste from landfills and agricultural waste by 50% till 2022. Mandate 100% CNG vehicles in public transport and achieve effective rollout of BS6 norm. Promote an effective and efficient public transport system to reduce private vehicles on road by 25% and achieve 15% electric vehicles by 2022. By 2022, conserve 100 endangered endemic species of plants by leveraging traditional knowledge across India. By 2022, roll out education and on traditional practices of nature conservation, which includes plants, water, and soil, in at least 50% of the schools throughout India. By 2022, restore urban biodiversity in at least 40% of community parks and green areas with the help of local bodies, including environment and health education compulsorily in the curriculum beginning from elementary levels in all schools. Empower at least 30% of village panchayats to conserve their local fauna and flora. Provide incentives to panchayats which adopt sustainable agricultural practices by promoting technology-enabled large-scale removal and recycling of invasive species from landscapes and seascapes. Avoid subsidies that are harmful for local fish species. Achieve an overall reduction of 50% invasive species through these measures. Set up exclusive markets for local and native food grains in each district, and promoting seed banks in each state and offering minimum support price for traditional food crops. Over to you, Shriyana.
Up next are the commitments. We all commit to reconnect, explore, and experience the natural world. We all commit to adopt eco-friendly habits and a sustainable lifestyle. We all commit to take individual actions at our school, household, and community levels to protect the planet. We all commit to enhance our knowledge, values, and skills to protect and find solutions to environmental issues now and in the future. We all commit to spread awareness and influence the behavior and attitude of our parents and community members towards nature. We all commit to adopt good tradition and tribal practices in our daily lives at school and houses. We, the agents of change, are recognized by the UN General Assembly, commit to actively support the Sustainable Development Goals. We all commit to become conservation leaders and support the work of local government bodies towards protection and sustenance of biodiversity. I request our guests to say a few words of encouragement to my fellow student delegates. Ma'am Uma Devi.
Ashish, is ma'am there?
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, is there.
Okay. Ashish, unmute.
Please.
Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're clearly audible.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Let me first congratulate WWF for organizing this interesting event. First of its kind, the Model COP involving students from across the country. And this has not only saved time, but also the resources, but also helped all your children exchange ideas and become more aware about this process and the topic. It was really wonderful to listen to all of you young green leaders deliberating on such important topics of the biodiversity conservation. This is facilitated in bringing out creativity, then the leadership skills, the negotiation skills, and also the consensus building skills in these children. I'm really impressed at the level of knowledge these young budding green leaders have, thanks to the access to the technology and exposure these children have these days. I really appreciate the hard work these children have put in to come out with this outcome today. And setting up national priorities is really, really very important for a country. And we need to assess our progress before actually we prioritize our targets and our priorities in different areas, followed by setting up the SMART targets. Setting realistic and measurable action-oriented targets with timelines, taking into account the baseline is very, very important. And or else we end up achieving nothing. And these children have done a wonderful job on this. And we also need to simultaneously work on the indicators as well as the action plans to achieve these targets. And with this experience, I'm sure these children will be in a position to contribute to the global youth network. As I was just listening to the the final outcomes. We did mention about the desertification. India has recently organized the COP on combating desertification last year. And we have made some commitments. Our Prime Minister has committed to restore around 26 million hectares of degraded land in the next decade. I'm very happy to know that this has come out in your targets. And I was also looking at the targets. You did mention about the agro biodiversity and also on the urban biodiversity. These are really, really very important because till now we have been only focusing more on forest, and we have already done quite a lot on forest. In fact, Mr. Mathur would be telling you that we've achieved that Aichi target of 11 of achieving around 17%. We have surpassed that target, and we've done very good on that account. So yes, I've seen you have mentioned about agro biodiversity, urban biodiversity, and we also need to focus on the coastal biodiversity. So yeah, we need to really work on that. And I'm really happy to see some targets on the waste management, especially the e-waste management, and also on the pollution. Yes, everyone knows the way our cities are really polluted, and we are facing a lot because of this pollution, especially Delhi. So I'm really glad that you people have brought in these issues in your outcomes and targets. So thank you very much, and wish you all a very good future. And I'm sure you're going to contribute to the global post 2020 framework, which our country is working on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May we please have a few words from Dr. V.B. Mathur. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. And I would begin by echoing what Radhika said a moment ago, that it has been a transformative experience. And to that, I will add it's both transformative and overwhelming. And I have reasons for that. See, a few days back when I addressed, probably mine was the first session, when I started talking for the first time to many of these students what CBD is, what the conference of party is, and what are they supposed to do. And try to explain what is happening in real life, which they are trying to mimic in this model COP. And in this five-day period, what we see today is an absolute transformation. The kind of terminology which the students have picked up, the range of issues on which they have deliberated their action points is just amazing. Beginning from what one can do with groundwater, and as I was there in the previous session too, quietly listening, that something which you don't even see. Most of us don't get a opportunity to see what groundwater system operates or how it operates and what are the threats. And yet we have a student talking about framing it as a target. Similarly, in my current job as the National Biodiversity Authority, we are talking of indigenous knowledge. We are talking of conserving of traditional practices. So what I have observed is, and for this, the students have to be richly complimented, that they have tried to gauge and ascertain and imbibe all topics which are there in the environment, both globally, nationally, and locally. Framing target is not easy. And I'm sure you heard my colleagues, Dr. Bala and Sarabhai Sahab commenting on your things. Yes, those comments were there because what we are trying to achieve, on one side, we are saying that we have to be ambitious. And then somebody comes and says that you have to be smart. And then somebody comes and says that you have to align your targets with national level priorities. And as we have today, all states being represented, so there is also a further alignment that what we say as a national strategy also should work well for the states which are at different levels of development, as we know. So this was a very, very stupendous task, but the way you have been able to do it is something really remarkable. And I'm sure, like me, everybody who has been associated is very proud of that. You would recall a few moments back in the previous session, you had a representative from the Convention on Biological Diversity from Montreal. And she later spoke to me and said that how on earth, Dr. Mathur, you could do so many things with these students, and how could WWF be so successful in organizing this? I did have to explain to that, but definitely children, you are what is the second tagline for the MCOP? Citizens for future. And in 5 days time or 7 days time, you have done remarkably well. You have now understood the nuances of these terms and what these targets mean. And as you know, we have, for you, it was a kind of a model COP in the sense that it was a pre-run or a contrived situation. But for our country and for the rest of the world, we have to frame what is being called as the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. We are negotiating with different stakeholders in the country, and surely your deliberations and your outputs will be very welcome and very useful. And I was already speaking to my colleagues in WWF saying that we should continue to hold hands with you. See, you are a tremendous resource, and in the next 3 to 5 years till your career gets a little settled, we should keep a tab on you. We should provide you further opportunities. This particular year, as was mentioned earlier, is a super year for biodiversity. And everybody said that we coined it super year, but we are not able to hold one meeting. But that is what you have proved everybody wrong. We have been able to convene this meeting in a very successful manner using the virtual resources. So we have been able to, I would say, make a beginning for the super year in the real sense. And then we have also proved the people who say that nothing much can be done on lockdown. We are all there under lockdown. We have not seen physically each other, yet we have been able to deliver this wonderful thing. So I would like to compliment you. I must say that in our real jobs, Madam Uma, she heads the the biodiversity division. She has the responsibility of taking positions on behalf of India. So these inputs will be very useful. And I also, representing the Biodiversity Authority and the Bureau of the COP, have my own role to play. So we can then share these good experiences, and I'm sure other countries in the world are able to follow it and maybe perhaps do it in a further and a grander manner. Lastly, I want to take this opportunity to compliment the Chief Executive, old friend and colleague, Mr. Ravi Singh. Sir, you have a remarkable team. And that is what has been my observation. I also work with organizations, but I know the remarkable team. I have been interacting all this while with Vishesh, with Radhika, with Chetna. These are the people who I know. The two I have not met also, but there is a huge team behind you. And I can say that WWF under your leadership is under safe hands. So these people are just wonderful. Although they happen to be all women team, and not to forget dear Sejal, who provides the intellectual material to all the things that you do. But you have put up a formidable team. And what my other observations are, the structuring of the program was perfect. The whole idea of holding the pre-COP was very, very useful. See, it is this pre-COP which gave these children and the students, and including me, an idea that what we need to talk and what we need to convey to them. So that was brilliant. The flows were brilliant. The structure was brilliant. And your resource persons were also from all over the parts of the country and the world. They were brilliant. So my heartiest congratulations to you as the Chief Executive, and to your team, and to this wonderful universe of 72 children and associated teachers and everybody who has been behind organizing that. And as I said, I will repeat, we must not lose you children. We must maintain contact with you. We We must create, we'll work it out with how do we create an email group or whatever group. And we have to organize a number of real life post 2020 consultations in this country, in our country, in the next 6 to 9 months. And I think we should not forget you in inviting you to join to the extent possible. With these words, I thank you for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for enlightening the student delegates, sir. Last but not the least, I'd like to call Mr. Ravi Singh to say a few encouraging words to the student delegates. Mr. Ravi Singh.
Ashish, is Mr. Singh unmute? Ashish, can you please check for sound?
He's unmuted, Radhikama.
Okay.
Mr. Singh, you can continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you as well.
Thank you. So at the outset, let me say that I'm deeply impressed and very, very touched by the quantity of material that has been put on the desk, and equally by the quality of the work that has happened. I must thank Uma Devi ji for this, for her address and for her words, bringing everyone together at the start of the session, and Dr. V.B. Mathur for his tremendous encouragement and accolade and advice, which we will heed and we will follow as we go ahead. Of course, I must reiterate the fact that I thank my team for putting this together and for their tremendous dedication and commitment. But when I see on the right side of my screen the comments from the students all across the country, the 29 states and the 7 union territories that are represented here, and the kind of the kind of comments that are coming through, I'm deeply impressed by your commitment. I am also reminded of my school days when sometimes in the summer holidays in May and June, we found it very, very difficult for these days to go by. And we look forward to great initiatives, or sometimes look forward to days when certain things happen to make our life a little bit different from what it was. But here is a piece of advice for all you school children. There's a saying that goes that summer holidays sometimes seem to last an era. They almost seem to last forever. But later on in life, a decade or 10 years goes off like a jiffy. So whatever you do and whatever you learn at this particular stage of life and how you use it productively will make a huge difference with what is going to follow with you later on. I must comment on a few things that you have written. The MCOP, the way you have put it together and the way it's presented, sometimes I feel that it's the purity of the thinking, although you have been helped by some adults in this, the purity of thinking that comes through is so sincere and sometimes so agreeable to understand as to why we as responsible nations are not doing this, because this seems to be to us so obvious. If we were kinder to nature, if we were not turbocharging nature all the time, we would not be in a situation we are in with regard to COVID-19 risks and threats. And look at the few days that we have spent in a kind of a quietude. The skies have come back to blue. We can see the stars almost the entire time from sunset to sunrise. The Himalayas have been seen from northern India to places where perhaps our grandparents saw them in that way. The Ganga, the rivers, the Kaveri, many of these rivers of ours have come back to purity or partial purity. The dolphins in the Ganga are actually showing the way as to how this could happen, as well as wildlife and birds that you see often in different places. I was very touched by the words of Shreyas, Ishan, and Yashash, and the way they have brought about things about motivation, productivity, the future of their lives, the signal towards taking on a career in policy and diplomacy, which Ishan mentioned, the points of leadership qualities that you have brought in yourselves, the enhancement of things like negotiation skills, which comes with a lot of experience and a lot of difficulty, new ideation, all these things. I think that this is the real value of what we are trying to do. And then the actual preamble, the preamble to the document, the substantive nature of the document itself, asking for we should do this and we should do that and we should have forest cover and we should enhance biodiversity and protect wildlife and protect, in a way, protect those who do not have a say directly in our way of state, except that it's the higher value of mankind, particularly as enhanced in our Indian tradition, to be looking after nature and looking after wildlife and our ecosystems and things like that. Some of the issues very difficult to implement. 33% forest cover, great to have as a target, and ultimately we will get there, and we will get there through enhanced mental capacities, enlightenment. We'll also get there through a better way of development where we can all come together and each one would have a say. Points like solar, the usage of solar, non-use of single plastic, shunning of e-waste, the improvement of natural ecosystems, and for instance, the mention about securing health benefits. In the CVD COP, to find health benefits sometimes is difficult. And I'm very happy to see that there, including responsible agricultural practices and agro areas, which also are part of our habitat. I would request you to sometimes think about something that we all miss, and that is with regard to areas of high conservation value. Some of these areas may be very small, maybe 2 square kilometers, or maybe a small coral in Lakshadweep, or a forest or an area in our marine zones or areas like that. These are small things, but have great value because the evolution of certain creatures and the evolution of certain things has happened as a result of that. And therefore, the conservation of these places is very, very important, and also the reason that you should know about it. I think that, to me, in the entire document that you have submitted, to me, what really struck as completely different, exceptional, and original was the fact that you would pursue eco-friendly habits, that you would take leadership in better habits, in developing your knowledge, because with knowledge will come action, and with action will come result. And all these things which somehow we forget in our daily life. And you as students and the younger generation have actually shown it by putting it in writing, that we will see that it happens in our schools, that in our lives. We'll enhance our skills and we enhance our values. You don't know this, perhaps not all of you understand this, but saying you enhance our values goes very deep into Indian tradition and culture. And this, once you look at enhancement of your values, a lot of things change. The moral structure of the organization, wherever you work, whatever institution you are, your country, everything changes for the better. So these are great positive things that you have adapted. I did not think that the document you have presented would have such high caliber, such good quality, and it deserves to be circulated all across India. My organization will do that. We will help, as Dr. Mathur has said, we will help you to come together and stay together as a team, to look at others who are, who will come in the classes after you, also get the same quality and capacities. We will assist this influence, this action that you want to undertake. Of course, the influence and the action must be accountable, it must be responsible, and should be within the structure of our laws and our constitution. And also to work on what was mentioned on areas post 2020. Again, I looked through some of these comments and I'm very deeply touched by this. And somehow the week goes off so quickly. And I know that some of you will think this is an important time in your lives. It's an important week that went by and it was unique. But my request to you is make everything count. Make this happen. Make these things happen. Be active. Disperse this knowledge, disseminate it, know more about it, understand it, because it will help you in the future, both as leaders, as individuals, and responsible decision makers. Thank you very much. I thank my team. I thank all of you for your inputs. This year is the 50th year of WWF India's establishment in India and service to the nation. We don't think our work is of any other thing except the fact that we are here to serve the nation and to help and protect its ecology and its biodiversity. And by having partners such as you, students, great advisors, our Ministry of Environment and Forests and Climate Change, people like Dr. Mathur, others, we can do many things together and bring many of you together. So for me, I'm very proud of you because it makes me proud of my country. Without your knowing this, I'm actually learning more from you, from this message and inputs that you have given than you can perhaps envisage. And in your lives and in your time, when we are able to travel and reach out to some of your places, my team and I look forward to connecting with you and meeting you in person. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words. Now, I would like all my fellow delegates to comment in the chat box with a thumbs up if they agree to adopt the MCOP Delhi Declaration.
I also request all the guests to also, if they also agree to our declaration that we have submitted, to give us a thumbs up either through reaction or the comment box. Also to our YouTube viewers, if you agree to our declaration, you can also give us a thumbs up in the comment box of YouTube Live. I think it's a very, very commendable response from everybody. And it has been the effort of all these 72 students and their teachers. And of course, the experts that have been guiding them throughout this whole week.
Thank you for the vote. We have a complete agreement to adopt the MCOP1 Delhi Declaration. It is my honor to hand over the MCOP1 Delhi Declaration to our esteemed guests and commit to work towards it for a healthy and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreyana. That was wonderful for taking over the session and reading out the declaration for us and the commitments that we will all have committed towards. Thank you to our guests. The declaration will be submitted to you in hard copy, or soft copy, I should say, very, very soon over email. Moving forward, this becomes the end of our MCOP event, a very, very heartwarming event. It is heartwarming to see the comments that you have been giving us. Very, very amazing. May I please call Radhika ma'am to give the final vote of thanks to everyone.
Okay, thank you, Chetna. I don't know whether I'm relieved or am I sad. I don't know what I'm feeling now. It's been tremendous amount of hard work. I think so. We've had Saturdays, Sundays. We've all been really working very, very hard as a team. So, but I think so when we see these results, it's totally been worth it. And it's been what we really visioned out, to be. So from just an idea to actually bringing this to reality, we are excited, we are thrilled, and we are honored that, like I always, when I began this, I always said as a teacher, we always believed in children. Children are leaders, children are very, very capable. And that's what you've again done and proved us right. You can change the world. So I would just like to take 1 minute to just thank our partners to be able to get such speakers and such support is unimaginable, unimaginable. Every adult out there just said, okay to speak to children. They said, MCOP, this is so interesting. We will be there. So to a big, big thank you to
all our partners, all our speakers, our students, teachers, principals who just supported us through this whole thing, our YouTube viewers who have also been, watching us. So a big thank you to my state office, Vishesh, Prashant, Vidya, and my EE team. We rock. We really worked hard and we did well. So thank you so much. And before I end, I just want to say, children, student delegates, as you go out, please always be constructive, be collaborative, and think out of the box. The problems are complex, but there is always a solution. So on that note, I officially close MCOP 1. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Radhika. Thank you, Dr. Mathur. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I've got a little faces, and let the guests also see all your faces. I think let's stop hiding beneath the cameras or our computers. So everybody up your hands. Everybody raise your hands. Yes. And we're going to do an eco clap. So move your hands very, very fast, and let's end this MCOP event. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much to all the guests, teachers, schools, and our partners, and the EE team and the backend team for helping us. Thank you. Over and out.